You both worked with very strong grandmasters and world champions, and you met them. Who is the most interesting world champion you've worked with? Pentala.
I'm not sure I worked with, well, I mean, I cooperated with Anand, but other than this, I didn't work really. But there was some article which said I was second of Magnus. I don't know why.
I also read that somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I should ask for the payment or something, but maybe I forgot. I don't know. But no, I didn't work for any world champion.
What is the most interesting thing about working with Anand for you?
We have different playing style, and it's amazing to see how he understands things at really fast, really quickly, and yeah, it's a lot to learn when you play against such a player and analyze positions with him.
Anish, just the same question for you. Obviously, you had a variety of...
Yeah, actually, I have I've worked with many players and some great players as well. From what I can sort of mention was that, of course, I visited Vachier-Lagrave before his World Championship matches. Like it was many years ago, I was still very young, and mainly it was a really incredible experience for me to see, not only to get to know him better, which was of course an opportunity, but also to really appreciate the depth of their preparation. And at the time, it was an eye-opener for me, and it's very important, I think, for young players to realize as early as possible that what is the preparation at top level like, because usually you're just preparing yourself, and as you improve you think you are doing better and better. And I was thinking before I visited him that then I was well prepared and everything was great, but then when I was at their camp I realized that their preparation was like whole next level, and that definitely accelerated my growth, I think. And I also worked with Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir Kramnik was a very interesting experience because I learned a lot from it. Later, I was too arrogant at the time to take in all his wisdom, and only later things that he was saying they sink in. I think that's a common practice.
It's very common
with the young arrogant people like me. Yeah.
Okay, so and what is that next level of preparation? How is it different to the?
Yeah, well, just you. At the time, mostly it was. As a kid, you usually you lack a little bit of your own understanding, and you over rely on the computers because they're extremely strong. So you really have faith in the computer. While more experienced players, they would know when the computer is right and when you can let things go, or where the computer could be wrong. And I think that was the main thing at the time for me. That there were few positions I stopped at, also sometimes prematurely. Just basically the main issue is that you stop prematurely, or you go for positions that computer says is fine, but for an experienced player, it's obvious that while the computer is saying it's fine, it's not going to be easy behind the board. And yeah, the stronger the player, the better he understands that.
The nature of the position.
Yeah, and also when you're young, you usually look from your perspective that you're always better in every opening, yes. And then when you go and work with like really strong players, or Anand, Kramnik, and other great players, because you go with every opening or idea, and then it gets crushed, So I think it's just when you are young, you kind of want to support your idea. Which I was also doing when I was young. But it's nice to get some. What's the word?
Reality check.
Reality check to get your confidence tested.
Yeah, but that's a learning experience. It's a good learning experience for youngsters, and yeah.
Thank you both for this.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's round 6, the decisive round of qualification here in Grand Prix Belgrade. We are glad to welcome you. And we still have a few minutes before the start of the round. Right, so I was thinking, it all started with time to say Dubai, paraphrasing time to say goodbye, right? So
Yes.
a bit of a pun there. And then they went on with Berlin and now Belgrade. But when it's round 6, I was commentating the Berlin leg as well. When it's round 6, I think we return to the basics because for 12 out of these 16 players, it will be a time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
So we have quite a few very important matchups which will decide who's staying there, who will have to leave. Rapport is staying there, doesn't matter the result, because you've told me he's local.
Yes, right.
He's local, but even him leading Pool C with 1 full point, he's not yet guaranteed the place in the semifinals.
Right.
So one more time, those are the pairs, right? Andreikin faces Bakrov with white, Krishchuk white against Shankland. Andreikin and Shankland are leading, but Bakrov is just a half point behind. So in fact, Andreikin wants to try to win, to overtake Shankland, but he doesn't want to take unnecessary risk because then he's passed by Bakrov, and very likely in this case Bakrov will be involved in a tiebreak because imagining Shankland winning with black is not something that you can easily do.
Yeah, of course.
Right, Pool B, 2 guys who more or less finished the tournament, Harvey and Tabatabai, and Vityugov, 1 full point behind Giri, has the white pieces against said Anish Giri, so will do his best in order to win, in order to tie for the first place and therefore progress to the tiebreak tomorrow. Then Fedoseev faces Vidit and Rapport with Shirov, so it's all about Richard Rapport not losing to Shirov. If he doesn't do this, then basically the qualification's over for Pool C. And in Pool D, a reminder, it's only had 1 decisive game for the last 5 days.
Yes.
So it's MVL who won the game, Pretke who lost the same game, right?
Yeah.
The pairing, Mamdyarov White against MVL, very important game, of course, and Yuyangi White against Pretke. So in a likely event that MVL doesn't win with black. So if it's a win for Mamdyarov, if it's a tie, it doesn't matter. We have 1 player on +1.
Yeah, sure.
And then Yuyangi, with the white pieces, has a chance to win, to get on the +1 result, and then once again we'll see the tiebreak. So I think, Teodora, we are almost guaranteed at least 1 tiebreak tomorrow. I mean, it looks very likely. We have players who are already tied for first, then D pool, once again, it happens so that it's quite possible there will be a tiebreak.
And unfortunately, actually, for Pretke, he can't catch up with leaders, right?
Yeah, he can't catch up with leaders because even if he wins, he's on 3.
Yeah.
And doesn't matter the result, at least someone will be on 3.5 in the other pair.
So we missed a moment, but first move today was made by Vice President of FIDE, Lukas Sterle, on the board between... Can't really see. It was the game between Vityugov and Giri, which is the most important game today. So
yeah, perhaps one of the Vityugov and Giri, C4 by Nikita Vityugov, an English opening. So players starting the games. Yeah, C4 already played by Vityugov. C4, knight C3. Yeah, well, we will see. We'll see how it goes. I suspect he has something prepared against Giri's. Never mind, because Giri lately was playing the how it's called, Rogozin defense, right? And then this specific moves order, C4, knight C3.
It's
you do not really accept playing Rogozin, right? If E6 would have been played, then probably E4 and so on. Right. So now we are to see the English opening. C4, C5, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think there'll be a lot of kind of theoretical discussions, but I might be wrong once again. I mean, in these situations nowadays, I mean, when you want to try to play for a win, but at the same time don't want to take additional risks, like for instance in Andreikin's case against Bakrov. I'm thinking what you do is not playing some like long sharp line, but instead just pick something. Knight f3, second move, interesting.
Yeah, what is he trying to?
What are you trying to avoid? Usually,
yes,
that's the question. I mean, especially with d4, d5, knight f3 is somewhat mysterious because d4, knight f6, knight f3. It's not that you have specific reasons to avoid the Benko, for instance, right? But some people do this, like they play second knight f3 after knight f6.
Right.
Kind of waiting for black to disclose the plans a little bit, and then, but d4, d5, knight f3, I'm not sure. I mean,
if he wanted to go London, he could go. Bishop f4,
London,
right?
it's actually considered to be more precise to start with bishop f4. So the only kind of real thing that you're avoiding is the Alapin Conte gambit, which is Albin Conte gambit, which is e5, but it's not played on this level. It's not played on this level, even though if you think of high-rated players who did this, Morozevich has played quite a few times.
But has he played in classical games? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played like against very strong players, against Gelfand and possibly Topalov. So it's not that it's such a silly idea, but obviously it's not the reason you play second move knight f3, right? And e6, e4, we've transposed to something more or less normal. Still a choice for white if it's got to be a Catalan or knight c3 normal queen's gambit.
Also, e6 is a bit strange. Like, why not knight f6?
Yeah, so that's a strange dialogue. I agree, right? I agree. It's not there is nothing wrong with e6, right?
Course.
But perhaps you would still prefer to keep an option of, like, let's say, I can actually make an argument against e6, so that if you go knight f6, in case of g3, let's imagine white plays g3, not the best move, right? I mean, you still keep an option of bishop f5 and setting the reverse London, right? Which works perfectly against this combination of moves when you played g3 and you went with the pawn to d4. After e6, some would argue that g3, especially if you're a big fan of, of the Grunfeld, because the most challenging move against g3 is c5.
Okay.
c5, and then you play the Grunfeld with colors reversed, bishop g2 and so on. Because if you don't do this, if you don't play c5, then I may argue that I've gained something without giving something away. Because now you no longer have a bishop b4 check against the Catalan, right? So you have to play bishop e7. And by modern standards, it's still the main line. So I'm not avoiding something drastic, something very special. But but with normal moves order, bishop b4 is a bishop b4 check, right? Bishop d2, and then bishop e7.
It's more of a
used to be kind of strictly the main line for quite some years.
Yeah.
So those, like on move 2, move 3, sometimes it seems irrelevant what people are doing, but they are usually trying to avoid something or lure their opponent into something kind of unknown territory.
Right.
e6, c4, d takes c4. Queen's gambit accepted, still. So now the question is, what do you do? Do you play e4, trying to get the same systems against the Queen's gambit? Do you play a modest e3 move? Do you panic and play queen a4 just to win the pawn back because you might not later on? No, seriously, like a play e3, what happens if black goes b5?
A4.
a4, c6, right. So and this time you can play c6, right? If the knight's on g1, pawn is on e7, it's not possible at all.
Because the queen f3. Right?
Yeah, this is, but this one is kind of playable. I'm not claiming it's anything good, but in b3, I mean, I want to play in spirit of, what's it called? The Nottebom Slav, right? So how it's done, I'm not entirely sure. Check? No, check, he'll kill bishop d2, right?
But do you want to, after bc4, generally you want to push b4?
Exactly. After this capture, like b4 will be my move.
Just knight
so
f6.
There should be the way to get to these Nottebom positions. But not clear. Okay, dc4, yeah, e4 is also something to discuss. Then that's actually what he does. He probably is forced to go b5 then, because here, like compared to the usual queen's gambit accepted, black has forgotten to develop the bishop to g4 or f5, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we talk like usual queen's gambit, d4, d5, queen's gambit accepted, right? e4, and there is this system with knight f6, e5, knight d5, bishop c4, right? And then what they do, some knight b6, knight c6, and so on. And very often white puts the knight on e2 because knight f3 is answered with bishop g4.
Right.
Anyway, something seemingly original.
So he played e3.
He played e3. Yeah, I mean, there is nothing wrong. I mean, you can try b5, but there is also nothing wrong with just going knight f6. You know.
And also after b5, should white include a4 or he can go b3 immediately? What is the difference?
b3. I mean, technically, I can claim that I'm a pawn up after taking this.
And there is
right?
c6. Yeah.
It's not that I'll enjoy it greatly, right? I mean, white still has full compensation.
Yeah, sure.
So you're gonna take and so on. Takes. Yeah, white's probably not worse, but eventually I just go knight f6, develop castle, go c5. Yeah, probably return the pawn. Those are actually quite boring positions, in fact, because black plays.
Actually, instead of on bishop d3, there is maybe queen a5 check, because
Queen
bishop
a5
d2,
check.
there is b2.
I was thinking briefly, bishop b2, this takes. There is a chance I'm trapping the newborn queen there. Like go queen c2 and then bishop c3. Do you stop bishop c3? It's not clear.
Nice.
Yeah. I love these lines, and like, when a white promotes the queen on h8, black promotes the queen on a1. I mean, it's actually can come from something very, very similar, like e4, b5, knight c3, knight f6, blah blah, and then at some point white goes e5, black goes b4. You take, black takes. You take on g7, and so on. Right. So. For the time being, it's probably the position none of those players has prepared. It may, of course, transpose after knight f6, and you will have just a boring queen's gambit. Right. Second game in the same pool is Grishuk against Shankland. Here we have a check on b5, knight d7, d4, and knight takes d4.
So queen d4 is the main move, right?
Yeah, I thought so. That was, I mean, d4 is not the main move nowadays, right? The castle or... I mean,
bishop d3, c3.
Still, like castle, then bishop goes to d3. The bishop a4 some people play for whatever reason, right? I think it's here. Or wait a second. Or maybe castles, knight f6. I mean, I remember there's like early bishop a4, so bishop moves to a4 without being asked with a6.
Yeah.
d4, yes, it is the line. Then after c takes, you were supposed to take with the queen, right? Knight takes is a little bit strange because you went to b5 with the bishop and then you're playing the normal Sicilian. On the other hand, one may say that black played knight d7 kind of too early, and he was supposed to go to c6, right? Interesting moment then, knight f6 and c4. This is the pawn, as far as I understand. It could have been taken. Shankland decided, or probably knew that knight c4 is dangerous because he didn't spend that much time.
Yeah.
So he went g6 and knight c3. So now we have a Marozzi structure, right, with bishop being on b5, which is new. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but that's kind of not very usual.
Yeah.
Not very usual. And white has to decide about this bishop's fate quite early because, say, I go castles, black goes castles, Then you play one more irrelevant move, and then black jumps with that. Like knight b6, for instance, now is sort of a threat, right? Or knight c5 is the tempo. Like I go bishop e3, I think knight c5 is already kind of a little bit annoying, and then maybe not, right? Maybe not. Maybe you just go f3 and you're fine trading the bishop. Knight takes, queen takes. What's the big deal?
Okay,
So maybe knight b6 was better, no?
Yeah, but why not take it on d7 then? Not to think about these things.
Yeah, so that's a legit argument. So that's actually what I was kind of hinting at. That very often white would, let's say, after black's castle short, maybe white would just take, which still shouldn't promise them any advantage, right?
Yeah.
So Grishuk kind of finds something original to play, but is it really like serious system? We don't know.
Right.
Then pool B, and I'm starting with, with appetizers, which would be Hare Krishna and Tabatabai. Ooh, I think I've seen it. It's a very, I mean, first of all, they've played 18 moves already, right? I remember discussing this position with someone. It's the Open Spanish, this thing that I think Hare Krishna played once.
Here,
if I'm not mistaken, right?
Okay, we had maybe 3-4 games.
Yeah, we have we had quite a few games of Open Spanish. I think one of them was Hare Krishna's game against. Am I right? I don't remember. Okay. Anyway, bishop e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, c3 castles. Yeah, and I was to bring this up when we were talking about one of the games. Yeah, bishop g4, h3, knight takes d2, and it's forcing after h3. Knight takes d2, then yeah, you can't really comfortably capture on d2, so that's why you sacrifice an exchange basically. Knight f1 and king f1. d5 is hanging. Knight a5, bishop d5, c6, bishop e4. You trade it, knight c4, white goes bishop c1. It's a mysterious position because you would think, yeah, black just exchange up for nothing. Rook a d8 and white keeps the rooks, rook e1. And it's not that easy unless you've specifically looked at it. It's not that easy to play for black because white has some plans like g3, king g2, or I don't remember against which move, but white also, I mean, we were looking at this position, like king e2, rook h1 might be the idea as well. And then if you go g6, you lose the flexibility completely because white might even go g5. If you go h6 once again, white has g5, yeah. So it's not as not as harmless as it would seem. c5, yeah, there was some bishop b7. Was it here? Like bishop b7, and I'm planning to take this guy, and there is no comfortable way of protecting it. If a5, bishop c6 or a6, maybe a6, interestingly. And I'm targeting this. After rook b8, I have a4.
Yeah, but what does black do?
After bishop b7, probably does something on the file, like kind of not caring about the a6 pawn. Or rook, no, wait a second, bishop b7 is too early, I'm being stupid. Rook b8, yeah, you cannot take. You cannot take because this. Possibly, I remember bishop b7 as the move, I mean, that's why it causes confusion. Possibly b3, knight b6, bishop b7. Okay, this might be it. Because now you can't really trap the bishop, right?
Yeah, but
a5, now you're not winning the pawn, I agree. Bishop c6, b4 and c4. And then you kind of play this position with white. And one has to agree that the rooks are kind of fairly restricted, right? It's not that easy to prove that, okay, rook is better than the light square bishop in the pawn.
Right.
So it's a very interesting try for kind of for one game, especially if your opponent is not prepared. And okay, and the main game for Pool B is, of course, this one, Vityugov and Giri.
So this is some Tarash, I guess?
G3, and Anish went with E6 and D5, yeah. Tarrasch, and then a3. Takes over here, bishop c5, bishop e3. Now yeah, knight g4 runs into knight c6, right? So that's why bishop b6 first, bishop g2, castles, and queen d2. All being blitzed out by Vitigov, more or less.
It seems weird, this move order. Yeah.
Yeah, like a3, early a3 is not clear, right? And the fact that he's postponing the
castle, yeah.
Right. So one would start to suspect like long castle one day, but it's really hard to justify.
So what happens on knight g4?
Knight g4, yeah. I mean, first of all, I was debating this, knight takes c6. But then you can actually take with the pawn, right? You're not forced.
Yeah.
Because this is probably better for white, right? I take here, bishop takes, king takes. The knight is trapped, though, so knight f2 might be, you know, kind of playable. But even then, rook f1, now you can't go back to g4 because knight f7, bishop d5, right?
Yeah, right.
So you'll need to do this. Then, I mean, white is better even after very simple way. Knight f7 and up a pawn, and maybe I'm not even taking the pawn, but exchange on f7, go king e3, yes. And then such a nice position for white. Yeah, such a nice position for white. So knight g4 is a legit question, of course. Yeah, taking on d5 as kind of as an idea.
Knight e3.
Knight e3, I have to take with the pawn, right? It's ugly. The pawn structure is ugly, right? But the knight on d5 is kind of impressive. So it might be this. Might be that he's planning to do this.
Interesting. No, I like the choice of white.
Yeah, I mean, he is confusing Giri quite a bit, yeah, with this moves order.
And also he should sort of try to react, I mean, quickly, because the position is strategically probably not that good. Because of d5 pawn.
Yeah, but that's what they do. Like, that's what they do. I mean, it's... I want to, for some reason, want to call it Dubov's Tarrasch.
Yeah, right, I mean, probably he was avoiding this with his order with you,
yeah, with
right?
a3 and so on, yeah. So, I mean, usually black keeps the balance by doing, like, strange things, right, in these positions. I'm thinking how serious would be to go knight e5 and then trying to get to c4, since white played a3 and now, like, going b3 is feels like a little bit too much. Maybe it's still possible. Go b3, if knight g4, you just move the bishop and say, okay, I don't care really.
Yeah.
And then the knight is kind of hanging in the air. If knight f2 doesn't work anytime soon, then you're in trouble.
Right.
Okay. So at least, yeah, it's not anything forcing.
Yeah.
Giri was surprised at the early stage, so this might be an interesting game. Moving on?
Yes, he will take, I think, a lot of time.
Rapport with Shirov. This is what? c4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. English opening. 6 and bishop f4 and d5. This is some, like, how was that? I mean, you can always take on d5, kind of back off, and that's what he's done. It used to be this line, knight b5, oops, and then e5, and then you take here, and you take there, and you take on c6. I remember something like that.
No, I haven't
and
seen
then,
it.
yeah, that's kind of, once again, oldish theory, and then you have to recapture the pawn, queen d8, king d8, castles long with a check, and it would go on and on. C takes d5 is much more sane move, but at the same time, it probably doesn't promise too much in terms of advantage.
No,
I think you take with the knight. I think you take with the knight.
The knight c6.
Knight
right?
c6, yeah, pawn takes.
And
bi-
bishop
and bishop
d2,
d2.
yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough, you can do that. But I guess it's very close to equality. Like you go e4, he takes, and then just it's one weak pawn, but yeah, but black should be fine.
Right.
Taking back with the pawn looks scary, right? Knight b5 and
How do you even stop?
no,
knight
yeah,
c7,
no.
right?
Wanted to say no comfortable way of protecting against knight c7. Maybe there is just no way of protecting against knight c7. And what else? Knight d4. Technically, knight d4, queen d4, e d5 might be played. But still, right? Looks dangerous.
Yeah, e3. There is also some bishop b5 check or e4.
Yeah,
yes.
like
e4. I like.
E4 is
I like,
interesting, at least. I
E4
mean, it's
is
probably
nice.
like we are saying interesting. It should be some theoretical
No,
line,
yes.
yeah, that people know. But
Okay.
I believe it's already played. Knight takes d5. It's already played.
He took on c6.
Logical. So Rapot, of course, given the tournament situation, he will prefer to be as solid
Safe,
as possible.
yes.
Yeah.
No, it's very enjoyable situation. Also, he is white. He.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the white pieces against, bishop d2. Gets this position that you can practically never lose. Right. And also, kind of, if he would be playing against sort of direct rival, the situation would change.
Of course.
But for Shirov to find motivation for
Yes,
yourself,
yes.
having kind of being tied for the last place, having the black pieces,
course.
it's clear, no chance whatsoever to qualify, right?
Yeah.
So that's your last day at this tournament, and
Right.
many players would kind of accept a draw if there is a chance, right?
Right.
All right, so there is that, and there is also Fedoseev with Vidit. Which is
Petrov.
the Petrov. Knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4. Hang on, so far, interestingly, we've seen more Petrov with d4. Knight takes, bishop d3, and surprisingly,
Knight c6.
I think 3 out of 3 games that were played with knight c6.
Yeah. Right.
So here it's more of a serious Petrov, knight c3, exchange on c3, bishop e7. We've gotten there castles, and rook e8, king b1, knight f6, bishop d3. Is it still like Carson Caruana? No, rook e8 is kind of an extra move that you probably don't need. I mean this c5 knight a5 setup. It's not here, right? It's not here. You don't need rook e8 for that. Now it's he's probably switching to this d5 move and so on. It's interesting with the Petrov, with those systems with knight c3, because black can do a lot of different things, and it's all, I don't think it actually it's strictly connected with the evaluation of the lines of resulting positions. It's just about the fashion, the trend, because it used to be that black would only go for castle long, knight c6, bishop e6, queen d7, if you rewind like 10 years back or something. So one Chinese player was playing this, and some Leko, I think, so it must be even earlier than 10 years back.
Yeah.
They would only go for castle long. So white is preparing castle long, bishop e3, queen d2. Why don't we do the same? Right?
Yeah.
And there would be a couple of, like, by that standards, really harmless positions where white would get a pair of bishops, but black would be super solid. I could try to recall how it's done. Well, basically, the point being that somewhere white would go, I mean, I'm not sure if this is the move, but white would go knight g5, black would take, go f6 and castle.
Yeah,
I mean, the setup would be like this. Yeah, would go here and then would castle long. And yeah, and those positions they would change in kind of perception. First, Black would say, oh, "Okay, it's absolutely fine. I don't want anything else." But then somehow White finds it like a little bit of something, a little chance to play. And now, as far as I understand, people are not happy. So nothing wrong with those positions, but people are not happy even suffering a little bit. So they play this opposite castles line because they believe they can just equalize and basically make a draw without getting involved in the game.
Yeah, right.
Interesting. Even though objectively, I would say like these positions are much more dangerous, right? You misplay this castles long system, you're slightly worse. Here, it's very often that White gets some sort of an attack. But so people trust themselves, right?
Yeah.
so they think nothing bad can happen.
So Black basically has two plans, right? He can try to play in center with d5 and to try to attack with, as you said, c5.
Yeah, but I think c5 is kind of too late already. So I'm guessing, I mean, I don't remember, even though I've played the game. That's funny, I've played the game with this system. Yeah, and I think it was like that. Yeah, knight f6, you want to jump to c5 to e4, and then after bishop d3, you play this. And more or less to any move, you reply with queen a5, bishop e6, and so on. Yeah. And Magnus Caruana, I think it was like that. Yeah, and it was the same in my game against Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah, c4 and trade the queens. And somehow defend with Black.
Yeah.
I think, I don't remember, I think bishop takes, and then I played h6, and Fabi played rook e8 or something. It's kind of both are called to fight with knight g5, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, but this is known. This is kind of less known, but perfectly playable. What I don't like, I mean, from Vidit's perspective, is that he spent some time already, and if you don't know for sure what you're doing in these positions, this is the way to actually get to get in trouble.
No, but do you think? I mean, how does he approach this game? Is he like generally? Does he think he have a chance, or
like?
I mean,
yeah,
does he even think about these side things?
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. I would still, I mean, knowing myself, I would still believe in some sort of miracle, and it wouldn't necessarily happen, but I would kind of keep in mind when I would be choosing the opening, right? So I would think, yeah, maybe I need something that I can play a little in case Raput misplays it completely and loses with White.
Yeah, right.
So it's, of course, you know, even kind of probabilistically, chances of Vidit qualifying are very slim, right?
Yeah.
So he has a very tough opponent with Black, and also Raput with White can just kind of force a draw, try to force a draw. But yeah, but honestly, like being in Vidit's shoes, I would be, you know, I would be dreaming of this scenario, and therefore probably would play some sharp Sicilian and lose in 20 moves. So. Yeah, but that actually this kind of a game might become sharp enough so that Black also, I mean, under favorable circumstances, Black might as well win in those setups. Okay, so let's leave these guys as well. Just quickly, we'll check one more time. Raput with Shiro. So bishop d2, bishop b4, and now. Like, I think if you want to play for any sort of advantage, you go queen c2, I mean, you protect c3. But if you want to qualify to the semi-final, you actually go e4, knight takes, bishop takes, and say, okay, try to avoid more exchanges, right? I mean, and then you take, in some order, you take on d1, you take on c3, and we agree a draw happily, right? And I think if anyone, I think it's Black who has to be just a tiny bit more careful, right? Because White gets to develop the bishop first, like e5, bishop c4, and king c2, and I'm taking both files. think black, yeah, black obviously has to have no problem equalizing, but if anyone, it's him who has to be careful.
But also after queen c2,
After queen
e4
c2,
can't
yeah,
be
like,
stopped. So
yeah, like white is
yeah.
white is perfectly fine and can hope for more than just an equality.
Right.
Just that, I mean, since we've noticed that e4 basically means more trades and still equal position, equal structure at the end.
Okay, if you were in his shoes, let's say, would you play e4? Or?
No, I always. I'm not sure what's the right decision. I mean, my decision, I was never able to play for a draw, even when I would be. Okay, I tried once in 90. I still remember, like 1997. I was leading an open tournament with 1 full point difference, and I played the exchange Spanish, and I've lost this game. So since then, I promised myself that I'm never playing kind of to make a draw. I might come to the game with the idea that, yeah, draw is good, and I don't know, I might choose kind of a more simple opening. But if there are two moves, and I believe one is better than the other, and yeah, in both cases, it's not like after queen c2, it's not a terribly risky move, right? By the way, it was played queen c2. Yeah. It's not a terribly risky move.
No, also we've seen, I think, a lot of these examples, especially in World Cup, let's say, when first round is won, then player who won, let's say, play with white pieces. I can't remember. There was some famous example where white player lost. Was it Short Gurevich?
Yeah, I think Gurevich Short. Yeah,
it was some French where he
exchange
was.
French.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Exchange French. That the famous game by Nigel. Yeah, that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you should never try to play for a draw.
General recommendation is like, I mean, if you know draw wins you the tournament, and you see that it's a kind of a forced perpetual check, then you can go for a draw.
Yeah, then you can go for it. Yeah.
But kind of playing from move one in order to make a draw, it so often backfires even on a very high level.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we are not worried the slightest bit for Vachier dropped for now. Yeah, looks like he's in control. And we are moving to pool D, right?
Yeah.
Once again, starting from game 2, which is Yu Yang against Predke. Here we have, just quickly, the Rui Lopez, and black is not pretending he's to play the marshal. He just goes d6. By the way, also, something that I've made a lot of confessions. I don't understand this, I don't understand that. Here, I'm still not sure, like, what I want to say. Even if I'm not planning to play the marshal, why don't I play castle? Because it seems that in the worst case, I'll be able to transpose. Right?
Yeah, I know. I had the same question. I have to say.
So, yeah, and I still have the secret hope to scare some people out, right? So that they will play d6,
D3,
they'll play d3. So the only thing that I can think of is that after d6, you can't actually play like a pass move like d3 or h3, because I'm sort of threatening knight a5.
Yes.
So it's sort of a little bit more forcing. On the other hand, if you want to play a4, I still think you can play a4. There is nothing wrong.
But after castle, maybe is there a4 immediately? Does that...
You mean after castle instead of d6?
Yes,
yeah, that's one of the anti-marshals. a4, there is a3. Like
so a4 is the
anything which is not c3 is anti-marshal. You can go d3, you can go d4, h3, a3, a4.
No, I mean probably black is done with this move order. Black is trying to avoid this anti-marshal, right? Is that
d6? Yeah, I
because
mean
bishop d7. He can go bishop d7 now. He is not forced to.
Yeah.
Probably
fair point. Yeah, or even like bishop d6, bishop d7. Yeah. Right. Anyway, in our case, it didn't matter, so we reached the usual usual Spanish.
Spanish, right?
Rook e8, not the immediate knight b8, knight d7 Breya, but rather rook e8 first, d4, bishop b7, knight d2, bishop f8. So it's not necessarily a Breya, but what's the other What's the other line? Maybe you're still kind of forced to go for you can go like a3 here or something. Yeah, because this is what? This is Zaitsev or what's the Smyslov system? The Rook e8, I remember people were referring as Smyslov system, but once again, it's so, I mean, one comes from the other and it's easy transposable, right? And anything which involves knight b8 and knight d7, in my opinion, it should be called Breyer. I mean, if not the variation, the maneuver is certainly invented by Gyula Breyer.
And actually, I think Pratke here also played Breyer once. I mean, he at least transposed to this knight b8, knight d7, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Against MVL.
Yes,
right,
yes,
and then somehow
MVL.
they've managed to open up the center.
And he had a good position,
actually. Like the k4 was played at some point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so d5, c6, and c4, which is very, very normal. I think what black usually tries to do is, I mean, in terms of exchanges, like you exchange on c4 and then you try to establish the knight on c5 and then the other knight goes here, the pawn goes here, and ideally in some remote future the bishop goes all the way to b6. And that happened, I mean, sounds like unrealistic plan, but more or less all of that has happened in Carlsen's game against Ali Reza.
Yes, I
remember. I mean, I think that there was kind of the first serious clash between the two, Vaikanze, possibly a couple of years ago.
Yes, but I think it was g6, bishop h6, right?
Yeah. The bishop never went to b6. Yeah,
so that's
the structure
also
was there,
points,
and g6, and then at some point Magnus exactly.
Right.
Yeah, bishop went from h6. I remember kind of dark square bishop joining, and it was the last kind of.
No, after checking that game, actually, I was very sort of skeptical about this whole white's plan because it feels very black's moves are very natural, and what will white do?
C4, black plays knight b6. Interestingly, it was Predke who spent a lot of time. So, okay, knight b6, maybe there is nothing wrong for now. Then maybe other knight goes to d7 and it will go to c4. I just thought, could it be that if you take here, maybe white will intermediately swap on c6 and then go knight c4? Because this is somewhat hanging. Like b3 is not ideal because sometimes you would prefer bishop b3, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't quite understand those positions. They are sometimes similar to, I mean, this center, like one may say it's a Sicilian. Or let's say when after c6, there are lines in Ruy Lopez, and especially if b3 is not played, there are lines where white just takes, right? Takes. And you may argue, from black's perspective, it's some knight of Sicilian he's playing, right?
Yeah, right.
And then, depending on how white puts his pieces, it's sometimes very relevant, the Sicilian analogy, sometimes it's absolutely different game. Yeah, so I thought knight b6 maybe to make sure that white takes with the pawn on c4. And for white, yeah, it's not that easy. Well, actually, maybe it's just a clever move.
Yeah,
because what white is supposed to do? If you take, I think it's always a takes, or in this instance, actually take on d5. Yeah. So what I mean, this is something that black doesn't like, but this kind of never happens really. Right. Never happens really, because in this case you take on d5.
So what does white do?
Plays a move, right? Bishop d3 might not be all that silly.
Maybe then this knight fd7.
Maybe then this knight fd7, even not rushing with the exchange on c4, right? So all in all, we like kind of black's position as the result of the opening,
yeah.
But also for you, Evgenij, you've played 15 moves. All the pieces are on the board. You have extra almost half an hour, right? I think it's a good scenario, like considering how drawish and how excessively studied chess became.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So knight b6, that's kind of first moment he starts thinking. a4 could be. Can a4 be tried? I'm guessing. And I want kind of, yeah, it looks like I'm offering you a way of trading the pawns, but in fact I want to be quote-unquote smart. So if this is taken, I want to go b4. I don't know where it leads, but I mean, at least to try. If c4 is, after a4, if c4 is taken, I wonder if I can go a5 here. Or maybe it's just silly.
Taking on b3?
Yeah, takes on b3. I thought bishop takes b3. Knight d7. Take over here. Or maybe I'm just too optimistic. Knight g5 doesn't really make sense, right? Or, I don't know.
Maybe d5 just.
Yeah, d5. d5 is the thing, yeah. I was hoping for something to be hanging. But okay, knight g5 is there, but also knight c4 you'll take. No,
Yeah.
never mind. Never mind. This is not how chess works. So a4 is a little bit too much. Or rather, a5 is a little bit too much.
Yeah,
after
maybe
bc4,
still it's fine.
I'll have
After
to take on
bc4.
c4. But then, honestly, I don't understand why I've played a4. I probably just wasted time, yeah. Because after a4, a5, all that we've described, right?
Yeah.
I think in Magnus's game it was queen b8, queen a7,
yes,
or
I
queen
also
c7,
think so.
and later on queen went to a7.
Yeah.
Yeah. So very likely. Anyway, it's a complex strategic game with a lot of pieces on the board and yeah, no immediate conflict. And then we have Miroshnichenko with MVL, and this is something that we've seen yesterday in Andreikin's game against Shankland, right?
Well, not exactly the
No,
same.
no. Yeah, a6 wasn't
there was
played.
a6. Right.
A6 wasn't played. Bishop e7, queen c2. So it is just, yeah, just that, just the how do you call it? The Carlsbad.
Yeah.
And interestingly, even a possibility to play the Carlsbad with knight e2, which Mamdyarov decided not to do. Knight d7, bishop d3, h6.
No, it's a weird choice for Vachier, no?
Yes, I mean,
Like,
first surprise, it's not Grunfeld.
yes, exactly.
That's,
I mean, has he played this kind of gambits?
Not really.
Can't.
Not really. I mean, I think he was experimenting with the Slav defense, and it was this 3-day which lasted more than a year between two candidates.
Really?
I mean, you remember, like
Yeah.
he ended up first half of the candidates one of the leaders, and then he didn't play, I think, during COVID times, he didn't play a single game over the board, but he was involved at some point in Magnus's tournaments, this online stuff.
Right.
And this is where I think he was trying, like Meran and stuff like that, because, we used to have kind of a common joke, because, MVL, he really had poor results, and it ended. I think the impact of, this pandemic, not the pandemic itself, but the quarantines and people not playing. It's still, for some, it was time to train. For some, they kind of just burned out, sort of. Yeah. And with MVL, we kind of had a common joke. Whenever he would play a bad tournament, so he's saving ideas for the candidates. So that was right. So because he wasn't playing, the main lines, he wasn't playing his lines, and then the candidate's over, and MVL is still seemingly not fully recovered. Hopefully now he's better, but and we still like candidates over, and whenever he would play a bad game, he would say, okay, saving ideas for the next candidates. He has to make it to the next candidates first, and that would be a good start, this tournament. Okay, so h6, bishop goes to f4, not h4, interestingly, and knight h5. So white's black to trade the bishop. By the way, if a couple of moves would be included, how is that? No, not a couple of moves. There was, kind of golden classics did this idea, which Alekhine once won against Rubinstein, I believe. Knight takes d5 with connection to bishop c7. Just the thing is...
there's bishop before check.
Yeah, there is bishop before
Yeah.
check, so I'm trying to recall how exactly would it happen. Like, for instance, castle, knight would be on f3, black would play rook e8, white would castle short. So there is no check and there is no e8 square for the queen, yeah. But whenever you see knight h5, well, it's just a piece of advice, yeah. Whenever you see black going knight h5, knight d5 should be checked. Because here, for instance, it does work.
It's working, yeah.
Knight d5, and when you take, the queen is getting trapped. If you take on f4, white just takes on f4 and ends up being upper pawn.
Yeah.
So here, yeah, as we figured out, it doesn't really work. So after knight h5, just knight f3 was played. Knight takes, pawn takes, and bishop went to d6. Not really unheard of transformation in a pawn structure. Yes, it's been like that in some games. What is different, I want to claim that here black exchanged the knight for the bishop, right? Not
The bishop for the bishop,
yeah, not the dark square bishops. Because, yeah, at first I thought, I've mentioned this Andreikin's game from yesterday, right? Because
Yes, right.
if we, say, kind of try to restore it, takes here, bishop g5, that's Shankland Andreikin, right? e3, knight d7, bishop d3, h6, right? Or
D6.
maybe bishop d6, yeah, bishop d6, white goes to say queen c2, and then if you go h6, one of the lines is actually bishop f4,
Yeah.
right? So here it's probably a much better version for white. Black rarely takes, by the way. Yeah, because if white takes like this, he is threatening
f5, yeah.
threatening f5 immediately. Okay, but in our game as well, yeah, f5 perhaps less of a threat, but still, it's not that stupid to have such pawn structure. Even if you simply go g3 and presumably castle, and then later on put the knight on e5. Maybe you start by going knight e5.
Right. No,
So-
it feels very, like a very good chance for Mamedyarov. I mean, it's very playable position. It's not like
Yeah.
some theoretical battle. And so can white castle? I wanted to ask.
Just to sacrifice it. Yeah, I mean,
It's-
actually, you're absolutely right. It would be a very kind of serious try. Yeah. So if black doesn't take, then you say maybe I won't play g3 at
Yeah,
all,
yeah, yeah.
right? Then maybe I just
Yeah.
go knight e5. And in these positions, the fact that black already has the pawn on h6 is sort of relevant, right? Because f6 will be harder to play.
Yeah.
Always some problems on the light squares, right? And if you try to take, well, at least it does look dangerous, right? Like a check. Don't know why this rook. Don't know why this rook. I mean, I do know, in fact, why this rook, because I was thinking knight e5 and then maybe
f4.
one
yeah.
day f4. Maybe it's not enough, you know. Might as well be. Yeah, white, of course, has a huge lead in development, yeah, but might as well be that black somehow solves the issue, like knight takes, and then on the other hand, yeah, bishop e6, I wanted to say, but then you do play like g3, bishop goes f4.
No, this
At
one
least,
is
yeah, at
dangerous,
least you
right?
are getting quite a few tempi. Yeah, bishop e6 is stupid in this case.
I mean, the question is, does white have to do it? Like,
Yeah, so the question is, do you really gain something, right?
do you
I
really
mean, for
gain
instance,
something,
if
yeah.
you can play knight e5 and black doesn't have anything better than castle, then he castles, you castle, you get the same position, right, without having to care about this
Yeah.
f4 pawn. Or maybe if you play knight e5 too early, then black, I don't know, reacts in a different way. And maybe I'll just plays g3, which is fair enough. After all, why to give the pawn where you can not give it?
yeah.
I'm thinking, is castle long ever an option? So that if black castles short, maybe one day you'll push these pawns. Not sure about the g pawn because f4 is a problem, right? But kind of go h4 and maybe have ideas
Knight
with
g5.
knight g5.
Yeah.
This knight on c3 is not doing much in this structure, right? Doesn't matter if you castle short or long, actually. I have a big question about this knight, where it goes.
Yeah.
because, yeah, especially when you castle long in the normal queen's gambit, very often the knight goes to e2, f4, g3. Here you can go to e2, but what's then? Yeah?
Maybe d1, e3.
d1, e3 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then once again, first you have to decide
Of course,
on many other things. Yeah. You may say, okay, the knight's not moving, the knight is attacking the d5 pawn, so it's harder for black to play c5. That's also a valid argument sometimes, yeah. So it's kind of a prophylactic, more of a prophylactical role. It just stays there.
Yeah.
Basically.
So do you think he's going to castle long?
It would be very much in his spirit, like decisive game, let's just gamble. But I'm not sure about the objective value of this. And as well, like the king is not necessarily safe on c1, right? Maybe it's good to pay a price of couple of tempi, like castle, go king g2, go h4, and still have all the ideas connected with knight g5, but have the king safe.
Right. Does he have to castle at all, maybe?
Does he have to castle? Yeah, like going king f1, g2. Yeah, actually what I was trying to achieve, it's better to do with
H4,
just going
h4,
h4, right, and king f1, king g2, if this king is getting checked from e8. You're absolutely right. To such an extent that even playing king f1 simply doesn't seem to be that ridiculous. King f1, king g2, and then you decide. Maybe rook goes to e1 immediately. But this way we are not gaining anything.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it would be 1, 2, 3, and same would be in our position to go king f1, king g2, king e1.
Same.
So king f1 only makes sense if we are planning to leave the rook on h1, right? And go h4. And then why not to start with h4? Anyway, that's an interesting position. That's a very interesting position for Shah. So what to expect? I think we might see some quicker games where nothing is decided.
So do you have some predictions?
For a decisive
because
I mean, it's more or less easy to predict Rapport will make a draw against Shiraz. I think he will try, but unless he kind of gets an advantage immediately after 15 moves, it's very hard to force yourself playing.
Yeah, of course.
Especially, like I would say, some people find it easier when, let's say, draw is enough to win the tournament, but you know you're not risking much, right? And so that's the last round. This is contrary, is not the last round. So draw guarantees you qualification, but you will have to play on. And in this situation, it kind of doesn't really matter squeezing half a point, because there is no benefit to it.
Right.
So I think, like the moment he can force a draw, he will force a draw. Speaking of which, after queen c2, rook b8 was played. e3, not even e4, knight takes c. What's that?
No, it's mistake.
No, it's not.
But why not bishop c3 just?
That's a big question.
But
it's not. I believe it's not a mistake. Bishop c3. I don't know. Queen f6 maybe. Just a wild, that's nonsense.
Maybe queen a5.
Queen a5. Yeah.
But a3.
Went a3. So he wants the bishop, right? If bishop a5, then maybe bishop c3 and kind of no
queen a5,
there,
yeah.
But black goes queen a5 nevertheless. Queen to c1. And black went queen b6. So white can take on b4 now. B doesn't matter really, still.
Knight e4?
We can take on b4, knight e4. I don't know. Once again, if I'm a boring person, if I want to play bishop d3, take on d2, queen b4, I guess.
I mean, how does white here collect pawns?
Takes there.
B2
Right? I'm pawn down.
Yeah.
So takes here. Probably again a draw, just castle, rook c1, bishop e4, and so on.
Right.
This pawn is probably not running away too far.
Okay, he did take on b4.
He did take on b4, a4, yeah, not like he had. Well, he can actually play bishop c3, right? So that the pawn can't be taken. I don't know if you castle or take c3 immediately, maybe castle first. Let's say bishop d3 or e2, not sure. Like bishop d3, bishop on d3 runs into some tempi.
Yeah.
It's castle queen. Still, it's so solid.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
solid for white. It's almost impossible to misplay it.
Yeah. So okay, here I think we
It's more or less
most likely be a draw.
decided.
Right?
Yeah, Hare-Krishna Tabatabai. It's this interesting endgame. So now he went g3, king g2. After c5, just went g3, knight b6 voluntarily. And interesting that here he didn't play bishop b7. So king g2, rook d7.
So you were mentioning rook h1,
Rook
right?
h1, yeah, probably g6 is what he wants. Rook h1,
g6.
Honestly, I don't like the king on g2 because black will eventually double and threaten rook d1. So king on e2 felt like more to the point.
Yeah.
But once again, who am I to disagree? Could be this. And then say they play here. We still, I believe, have to prevent rook d1. And then the big idea is to go knight h2 and g4, right? And f4, f4, and so on. And still, I don't see the reason why the king on e2 would be worse.
Yeah.
Maybe Harry knows what he's doing.
Maybe if king was on e2, there would be some beef.
Yeah, so there'd be some rook e8, and he first of all, he would not go knight b6, like,
Yeah.
right? So here, like if you go king e2, I think some rook e8, bishop c6 though. I remember looking at it once again, and the computer always would say equal. It's one of those positions, actually. I think it's kind of a free advice, and sometimes, sometimes I'm giving like stupid advices, but this one is sort of to the point. So nowadays, when preparing the opening, you have to understand, like everyone has the same computer, so it's very unlikely that you checked first line, right, of the computer, kind of best of the best moves, and your opponent didn't. Okay, if you're lucky, yes, but normally, so you're looking for one of those positions which computer says equal,
Right.
and you understand it might be equal, but it's better to play from one of the sides. It's more comfortable to play from one of the sides. And that to me looked like one of those positions. So then when you look at the computer, anything you do is just 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
But if you put it on the board and you look from white side, you understand. I mean, you have plans. You look from black side, it's not clear.
Not clear, right.
Yeah, and those are kind of perfect positions. And then you analyze it a little bit and you try to get those on the board. So far, Tabatabai, though, spent even less time than his opponents, and maybe he simply is aware of the fact that this specific line exists. And I don't think it's a novelty. I mean, has been played already. This h3 with the idea to sacrifice an exchange has been played already. I think the alternative would be bishop d2 and then take with the queen and knight e5 and queen d5. Might be c6 as well. I mean, might be c6 immediately. I'm not. No,
But
6.
how does it work after
right?
queen d5?
Queen d5, bishop d5, rook d8. Yeah.
Just loses.
So this is not it. This is not it. Yeah. That's nonsense. Exactly. Yeah. That just loses a piece. Queen. Yeah. Probably have to show bishop d5, rook d8. Yeah. And both of your bishops are on the d file. So bishop takes d2 is not impossible.
Right.
Agreed. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. It feels much easier to play from white side.
Yeah, like especially if you've analyzed everything. Yeah, rook d7, bishop f5, rook d8. Does white know that it's much easier to play from his side? Or maybe he, you know, maybe he feels like the tournament's over.
No, they might actually just repeat.
Yeah, that's what
now
I
that
mean.
I'm thinking, yes.
That's what I mean.
And also based on body language,
Yeah,
Hari
he's not
to
excited
be,
about playing this position for a win in the game that
doesn't really matter,
doesn't
right?
really matter
Yeah.
much. Yeah. Well, it does, in fact. I tend to forget that there is still like a prize fund and place 3 and place 4.
There is a difference,
couple
right?
of grand difference, I'm guessing. Yeah, so
okay.
that's not necessarily.
But wait, how
absolutely
they
not.
will be sharing the
In case
races.
of draw,
In a case
yes,
of draw.
yeah. So, but if he wins, he'll score 3.
Right.
And for instance, if Vidyago doesn't win, then he'll tie with Vidyago. So that's might be quite a difference in money. Like once again, I mean, for at the scope of a tournament, like you could have won whatever it is the first prize, and then you are sharing the small money. But if someone tells you, okay, now if you win this game, this one game, forget about the tournament. It's 3,000 or something.
Of
yeah,
course,
and then,
yes,
okay, why not?
Right. Especially if the position is such that you're not really risking.
Yeah,
anything.
the feeling is like that's kind of a good scenario for such a try, because it's really hard to see how white actually gets in trouble, right? So white is super solid, if anything. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of jumping from game to game. That was what? That was pool C.
Yeah, pool C.
Pool B. Let's. No,
that
that's
was a
already
pool
pool B.
B.
That's
Pool B.
already pool
Yeah.
B. Yeah, pool C we kind of checked. No, we checked. I checked one game, right? This Rapid game. Fedoseev Vidit. This is Fedoseev Vidit. Bishop D3, D5, H4, C5, C4, and regret to not H4 but H3, right? Regret to inform you, but this must be known as well.
Okay, but Vidit is taking
Yeah,
a lot
Vidit
of time.
takes a lot of time, which is quite a surprise.
Does black
But
go
is it? Wait a second. Is it known?
D4?
What does he do? Like D4, Bishop F4. You kind of have to have pieces a little bit different, I think, because now it's kind of hard to organize counterplay. Perhaps I have to mention that all those positions are usually not very good, right? I mean, if you trade the queens, and the fact that you've played C5 and somehow kind of weaken the squares on the D file, and also the bishop on C4 is very good. So I'm not sure. It could be bishop E6, knight G5 again. Because sometimes what I remember, they allow you to take, and then knight takes D5. Is something like that a move, or I'm just delusional? No, it's not here. No, never mind. I mean, it was somewhere that you would offer this sacrifice, like king takes, queen D5, and something, bishop E6, and you would have compensation. But here it's a little bit harder to believe. Okay, so maybe it's not for nothing he's thinking, because it all looks familiar to us. I mean, I've seen this position, that position, but not exactly, right? So ideas are the same, but already it could be already that, that everything's off, and the position kind of doesn't work for him. But we are kind of not that worried.
I wanted to say maybe there is some idea with B5.
Immediately,
Yeah.
Bravo. Bravo. B5 might be the case. Yeah, I take and he goes C4.
Right.
This might be the line that I was trying to recall. I'm not sure what white does.
Okay, he has to retreat to E2.
Well, it's like if you go to E2, then knight D4 is an option. And you can't go to D4 because bishop F6, right? So you'll have to play a passive move, like this, for instance, or this. then you might as well just play for the compensation. Like go bishop f6, right? You know, not winning the pawn back.
Yeah,
this looks interesting from black's perspective.
Yeah, right.
Not necessarily good, but interesting.
He's about to make a move. I'm really curious.
Knight f2 is an idea.
Yeah. Okay, but after b5, white can take on b5 actually. Oh, he played it.
He does play b5, yeah?
Yeah.
White can take on b5, but then you go c4 nevertheless, I guess.
And then bishop e2.
Bishop e2,
and then again
then somehow you... maybe now you have knight...
Knight d4, yeah.
Knight d4.
Maybe instead of c4, I thought just a6, try to sort of keep the center.
So it's kind of the Benko
Yes.
gambit without a Benko gambit, yeah. Could be, yeah.
Yeah, so this position is also interesting, actually.
Just that the game is not much interesting, yeah, but the position is. Sorry, I jumped to Rapot once again just to double check that, this guy is not planning to lose. This guy is not planning to lose, therefore. The other game might not have any kind of really impact, impact on the cross table. Back to key game in pool B, which is Vityugov-Giri.
And can you check Giri's time?
41 minutes. This is unbelievable. It's not normal. I mean, he knows openings very well, right? Knight a5. So knight a5, arguably better than knight e5 that I was trying to do. Because same knight c4 idea plus b3 is not possible. You take and take, right?
Yeah.
Rook d1, knight c4, take the bishop, go rook e8, go bishop g4. Targeting this guy.
But it's not really attacked, even after castle?
Yeah, castle, I think he does this. He takes d4,
right.
and he takes e2. Oh, wait a second. Knight d5 doesn't really work, yeah? Knight d5, you'll take f1, and there is no jump. Bishop d5 is possible, right? Bishop d5, yes. So now bishop f1, you can take here, and king f1, and who knows what's that. But at least pawn and the queen.
Yes, pawn.
So at least you have some reasons to be better. And after knight d5, I don't know, maybe a rook d5. Maybe a draw because, like the king is weak, right? So I'm debating, like you go queen b6, let's say, and what do I do? Because if I take, it's just a draw, right? And I don't see the reason why I'm better after rook e1, so probably I do take.
And what about h3? He just wants to go to h5 or what?
Yeah, I think he wants to be, or kind of accepts to be pushed to h5 and then g6. What I was thinking, can this be, wait a second, can this be a move? Because you do not expect these guys to blunder like that.
Yes.
But since it's not theory, right? Since he spent some time. Probably he's not blundering, it's just that we have to figure out. So my point is very clear, right? Knight takes, I'm taking g4, I'm happy. Bishop d4 in order to press on e2, right? I'm taking f6.
Queen f6.
Queen f6, queen g4, bishop b2, right?
No,
there is a better move, right?
Yeah.
So then it's nonsense. Yeah, knight d5, he just takes and this is pinned. Obviously, taking d4, giving away e2 is not what I was planning to do. Yeah, so knight d5 is not a move. h3, he'll go bishop h5.
How is that?
Bishop, like bishop f3 something. Or even, no, like knight f3, he'll move d4. It's an awkward, kind of awkward position. Wait a second, can I play this strange move? So now if black does not create a threat, I'll be able to castle, and bishop d4, I'll take queen d4. But on the other hand, rook d2, I have no longer have squares for the queen, so you can play bishop c7, I'll have to go here.
H6.
Can play h6, I'll have to go here, and I'll be very scared. I mean, I don't know if it wins for black, but I'll be very scared with my queen here. But now I do have knight
threatening,
d5.
yeah, knight d5.
So let's say king h7, I'm just on time with knight takes d5, and g5, this is also happens to be a check. So,
Yeah.
so I'm taking the bishop on g4. Interesting.
Yeah, rook d2 is a nice move.
D2,
I mean, requires some
yeah.
calculation because it looks a bit scary.
maybe it's better to start indeed with your h3, and if bishop h5 happens, then rook d2. So at least after this, I'm kind of more comfortable going to h4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like ideally, if white finishes to build up his position, like castle's short, some e3, right, he's probably better because the d5 pawn is still weak. And the dark square bishop, as much as we like to talk about pair of bishops, dark square bishop is not that terrifying.
Maybe there are some ideas, let's say in this position h3, bishop h5. Let's say before black goes bishop, okay, rook d2, yeah, before bishop goes to c7, to first go bishop a5 to sort of make this knight on c3.
So if you
a bit
provoke
weak.
me to go before, then yeah, then the c file is weakened, yeah.
Some ideas.
Fair enough. It might be once again one of the ideas in this position. Not even like, not really relying on white playing, not playing h3, like bishop a5 before you go somewhere else, to provoke before. Looks nice, yeah.
In 40 minutes down,
it's not very common, yeah. It's not very common. Anish typically plays very fast because he knows his opening as well, and also it's like being down to 42 minutes after 15 moves. It's not what you expect from Anish usually. So that might be a good sign for Vitigo. Maybe he'll have a chance. So I suggest we go one more time to pool A to check what we have here. Grishuk and Shankland. Here Grishuk, who was the guy to bring a surprise, he is down to 40 minutes only. After both sides castled, he indeed captured on d7, went queen d3, knight g4, knight f3. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. Takes, bishop takes c3. What is it?
okay, bc3 is forced, right?
More or less, right. I don't think you take with the queen, right? bc3 is forced. And then some queen a4 perhaps. Targeting this.
c4, just rook c8, right?
Yeah, or bishop e6. Knight d2, knight e5.
Yeah. No, white can end up being worse, actually.
Yeah, I'm thinking this. But then, then rook b8 or knight e5, queen e to rook b8. Yeah, I think he will have to give the pawn back. So maybe he's right thinking. Just that, still, to justify this, it's not very easy, right? Queen c3 at the maybe queen e4, rook e1, take e7. Maybe that's what he means. And if bishop b5, rook e1. But still, I think you take with the pawn. Is it good or not? But you take with the pawn, and only then you decide. Say maybe after queen a4, you'll have to switch to some defensive ideas. But Grishuk's opening experiment didn't really work out that well. And let's not forget, I was talking about this scenario when Shankland wins with black is very unlikely. But now how unlikely it is? 15 moves, once again, twice as much time as Grishuk has, and seemingly absolutely playable position. And not a drawish position, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
He can
Okay, there are opposite colored bishop. That's the like sort of drawing
fact,
yeah, that exists.
But still a lot of other guys, yeah.
Right, right.
And yeah, and let's check Andreikin and Bacro. Here it's much quieter. So what happened after e3? Here we only seen e3, right?
Yes,
and
and
then we
we
ran
stopped.
away.
Yeah.
So that and knight d2. What's knight d2? A really modest play. Bishop e2, b5, a4. Actually, something that I would think white gets
Comfortably better.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, white gets some advantage. Like knight b d2 here is a bit of a surprise. And knight f3, I mean, a lot of jumps. Like from here, something with knight a5 or first develop the bishop, that would what I would be looking, because now it does feel like white spent just way too much time. Way too much time on moving this knight. So the knight from f3 captured there, went to b3, went to d2, went back to e3, kind of full circle.
Yeah.
Black's pieces are also not ideal. Bishop on b7, d7, right? The plan possibly could be connected with e4 later on, knight e5. But it's strange again, right? So I mean, you want to play e4, knight e5, and f3, and so on when the bishop is on b7, so
right.
that it's kind of restricted, right? The other idea of pushing the e pawn is to attack the king. You get it on e5, bishop on d3, and so on. Here, white kind of doesn't have any of the above, right? And the fact that black can push the pawn to a5 practically leaves you with no objects to attack on the queen side. So I don't know really.
Also, 95 is not really a threat.
A big threat, yeah.
Is it a threat? Because
No.
Yeah, because bishop b5, black always
Yeah,
has,
you'll
like,
take and go to b5. No, I think it's one of those cases where like both sides are way too solid. Way too solid for anything to happen. Okay, let's see. We've got message something. A reminder for us that we have prepared, or our crew has prepared the odds for the players to qualify for the candidates, for all the Grand Prix participants, and also for qualifying from this round robin to the semi-final final, right? I was told that it's not based on the tiebreak though. So like scores that you see here, Andreikin having 70% odds and Shankland only having 25.
Okay.
It strangely takes into account the beggar and not the, not the fact that they will be playing tiebreak.
Of course.
So in case of a tie, Andreikin apparently has kind of better Berger or whatever, some tie breaks.
Right.
And it thinks that in case of a tie, Andreikin qualifies. Anyway, it's for Group A, it's clearly Andreikin and Shankland. 90% for Anish is kind of funny.
That's also a bit too much. What is 90%?
Rapport is 99%, interestingly.
Yeah, very interesting.
MVL 61 for Pool D, Mamdyarov 24. Interestingly, Yu Yangi has only 15% according to stats.
Yeah, right.
And for the whole Grand Prix cycle, if we have it, I think we do, Nakamura, right, who has already,
won the first leg.
So far the favorite won the first leg, 42.5% of candidate votes. Won the first leg, has 13 points, for the victory, and interestingly, his estimated result in Berlin in the last tournament is scoring 4.6 points.
Which would be?
I don't know. I mean, you cannot score 4.6, but that's like not going out of the group.
Not going out of the group, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
So semi-finalists get 7. I mean, if you lose in the semi-final, you lose 7. So it's kind of taking second, something like that. I think to guarantee himself qualification, he will have to
win the group.
Then he's absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah.
The second best chance, according to the stats, is for Giri. Interesting. Anyway. Remember our discussion, Andreikin is playing in Berlin. You were absolutely right.
Oh, so
he was substituted,
playing,
but he is playing in Berlin. Yeah.
No, it would be very depressing.
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah.
Okay. And most of Yu Yang-gi has 2.3. I don't know what for. Nikita Vitigo has 2.6 because they consider that he's not qualifying. Okay, so it's a lot of numbers, but I don't know how relevant are those.
Yeah.
Not sure how relevant are those for the time being.
I'm just curious if it checks all the factors, let's say rating. I mean, how does this
rating,
work?
Of course, it takes into account the rating, the last game you are playing against what opponent and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe even presence of ELO favorites. Like for instance, Anish is the favorite in some tournament where Carlsen is not playing, and he's not a favorite when
the Carlsen is playing.
He's
Right.
Yeah, for instance. Just simply by numbers, by ratings.
But realistically, we wouldn't really agree with these odds. I mean, Yu Yang-gi for sure has more than 3%.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, some of them are just simply off, right?
Yeah.
Andreikin having such an advantage over Shankland doesn't make any sense.
Strange, yeah.
All right, so 1.5 hours into the round. Once again, reminder that it's a last round of round robin that will be played in Belgrade. I mean, as the part of Grand Prix, because we have a round robin, which just started.
Which just started,
again.
yes.
We just started where we have 4 local players, 4 strongest grandmasters from Serbia, and 6 players from all over the world competing. I think only one. So today is the second round. Yeah?
Today is the second round, yes.
We will not be covering that one, but
Unfortunately not, yes.
Please check, guys. It's also a very, very interesting tournament with big names and also young talents involved. I think, you excuse us if we'll go for a quick break. All 8 games are still in progress, so stay tuned. Looks like it will be a lot of fight and a lot of fun today. So, coming back shortly.
We have Alexander Injac here with us, one of the top Serbian grandmasters who is playing at the GM Belgrade tournament, which just started today here at the Crown Plaza, where the Grand Prix is taking place. Alexander, thank you so much for joining us. You drew your game with Navarra today, but this is a very strong field in the tournament here in GM tournament in Belgrade. We have Abdul Satoro, we have Sarana, we have Nihal Sarin, so we have lots of strong players and obviously a lot of Serbian players. What does this tournament mean for you personally and for Serbia in general? So I'm talking about the tournament which started today, the GM tournament.
For me, it's a great opportunity to test myself with one of the most interesting players in the world. It's a nice mix of Serbian players from Serbian national team, and also we have Abdusatoru, who is the reigning world rapid champion, Nihal Sarin, one of the kind of already known to be a future of chess in a way, and also strong Russian GMs, David Navara, who is a top 20 or 30 in the world player for like 15 years. So actually quite a interesting mix of players, and I'm happy to have a chance to play in it. As for the meaning of tournament for Serbia, I think it's a nice change, and also it's such a strong event. I don't recall being organized since Investbanka tournament, let's say in 1999. So actually it's a nice step forward for Serbian chess, and I hope that a couple of Serbian players will perform well, and one of them, let's say, I would like to be the one to win the event.
So now talking about the Grand Prix taking place in here in Belgrade, which is already into its, well, the end of the fifth round. How important is this event for the chess in Serbia? You're obviously one of the leading figures of the chess community. What are the people saying here? Do they appreciate it? What's the verdict?
I think it's a great event, especially that is organized in Belgrade. As I already said, a huge step forward as a chess organization, and now it's up to us players to kind of raise our level and also perform well at, let's say, Olympiad, and to try to fight for medals in the future.
So in practical terms, how does, I mean, we're talking about Serbia today, but tomorrow, you know, Germany, okay, Germany is a strong power in chess, but tomorrow another country which hasn't hosted a lot of events for a long time will be a host. How do these events, such as the Grand Prix, help the chess community in one particular country develop?
Well, I guess one of the possibilities is I already seen lots of young kids came to watch our tournament, so maybe some of them will be inspired to play chess and start taking chess more seriously, or just enjoy the game, enjoy the process of playing, or whatever. So in that sense, I think it's an important one. Also, many chess fans came to see and want to be able to see the top guys, especially the guys who are playing in the FIDE Grand Prix event. And in that sense, it's like Champions League for chess. So there are lots of chess fans in Serbia, and they're, I think, lucky to be able to witness it live, to witness the action live.
Very well put, Champions League for chess. Well, thank you so much. I hope you get to play more in that Champions League yourself. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Okay, looks like we are back. Once again, a reminder, that's round 6 of Belgrade Grand Prix, last round of
The first part of the tournament, yes.
Qualification, double round robin tournaments finished today. Well, some of them technically finish tomorrow if there is a tie for the first. Yeah, there'll be a tie-break day. But no more classical games within the round robins will be played. Right, so usually when we go for a break, whenever we are back, there is one game that is finished. Not today, it seems, but this is,
I thought there might
at some
be,
point they were
yes.
writing both simultaneously,
Yeah.
and I thought, yeah, maybe they're signing the score sheets. Now, so these are, well, one of them is the leader of Pool A, right? Andreikin, Vachier still maybe nursing chances of winning with black, you know, and maybe tying for the first himself. The other game of Pool A, which is currently on our screen, is heading towards a draw, it seems. Grishuk didn't get any advantage whatsoever with white, right? It's
Right.
Yeah, so this line, after all, maybe is not so serious. This is the current position, bishop a3 attacking the pawn on e7. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, probably black should just take, and you know, it's 3 versus 3 after all, right?
Right.
Knight d5 and so on.
Is there some slightest chance to
To
play
win,
on?
but for whom?
Not
I'm
here,
even
not
sure.
here. Just to try to defend
like,
d7.
to
yes.
defend d7, not to take. But then it's question, how do you defend d7?
Rook c7 maybe.
Yeah, like rook c7, but then you're kind of not threatening this, right? And then even c4, and this setup is kind of hard to break. c4 and rook c1 if needed. Yeah, I mean, if white is kind of never getting ambitious in this game anymore, but only tries to make a draw, I don't think black can hope for any kind of... Yeah, I was actually thinking what, like if you go c4 as well, and bishop b3, I mean, I was looking for this as the way to make a forced draw. Bishop g5. Again, I'm not sure. Maybe rook c5 now is a little bit critical. But if bishop c4, I mean, I can just take, and this is not kind of 4 versus 3 that you win. But bishop a3 apparently is just an easier way of making a draw. Yeah, so let's assume it's a draw, and Shankland finishes on +1. Then Andreikin against Vachier, unless Andreikin wins, right? I mean, 2 other results, draw or a win for Vachier, guarantee us a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Andreikin really spent a lot of time moving his knights around, last move being knight e5. Black replied with bishop b5. I think, yeah, it's really hard to imagine white. Maybe takes here and then e4 or e4 at once. Yeah, maybe that's kind of the last chance of confusing matters.
And on bishop b5, just to make sure, black will take with pawn or queen?
I think taking with the pawn allows knight d7.
Oh, but okay,
so
there is
you have to take.
Yeah, of course.
Have to take with the
course.
queen. But I thought, in fact, that it's not that bad, right? So you keep the queen on the semi-open, you keep the b file semi-open. So your a6 might be a little weak, but so is white's b2.
Yeah.
So in terms of achieving a draw, it's once again, I don't know what his intentions are, right? But in terms of achieving a draw, it's probably, or equality, if you like, it's probably better, it's probably easier to just not have the pawns on the same file. So a lot of potential for swapping, just you take b2, white takes a6, and that's it.
So white doesn't want to take on
Yeah,
b5,
I'm guessing, e4, and I'm really hoping that if you take e2, maybe it's more comfortable for me, right? Knight, in this case, in fact, like knight d7 is a threat, so you'll have to go to f6, and maybe white gets a little something by putting the bishop on c3, you know, queen b7, rook e1 for now, like keep the pawn on e4. Black pieces are a little bit restricted.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe e4 is what you do. And then it's not clear if...
Knight f6.
yeah, probably black is not taking on e2 once again. Maybe he goes knight f6. And then,
It's more difficult for white now. Maybe rook e1, is it?
Rook e1 does protect it, right?
Maybe it
or
doesn't.
not?
Yeah.
Nah, knight e4, bishop b5. Ah, wait. Maybe that's a trap. Knight e4, and then I can take b4. And bishop b4, I can take b5. Bishop e1, queen e1. It's a strange trap because white wins two knights, yeah?
There's a b5 instead of queen b5, and it's actually protecting.
It is a nice trap indeed, yeah. A b5, and then the rook is hanging. And when you trade, it's queen a8. So, yeah, white was trapping black, but got trapped himself, in fact.
Nice.
Yeah, black is winning this way. Anyway, I mean, after e4 and knight takes, the other thing you could do, you could take and then go rook e1. But realistically, why white is better at all? Probably not, right? Rook d8. White might be even worse.
Yes, it
white
feels
might
dangerous.
Be even worse.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like it's really important if you take on b5, allowing black to take with the queen, or black is somehow forced. Okay, meanwhile, first result, Kulichikhina signs a draw against Vachier after bishop a3. There wasn't much. They played very fast. Rook c3, knight d5, rook a1, yeah. Takes here, rook c7, rook c4, trade the rooks. As soon as they've reached move 30, a draw was agreed.
So Andrei can just, yeah, he should not lose, right?
Yeah, for Andreikin it's very important not to lose now.
Yeah.
So he guarantees himself a tiebreak against Vachier. And to speculate, I mean, it's always considered to be, you know, somewhat of a bad taste if you say, like you make a draw and say, I'm a big favorite on a tiebreak, right? So, I mean, it always feels a little bit meh. But in reality, I believe, like, if those two will play the tiebreak, Andreikin is kind of known.
Slight
favorite. Might be a big favorite, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he's not very, kind of not universally acknowledged as the very good blitz and rapid player, but within Russian tournaments and also on internet, he's known to be very good.
Yeah.
For Vachier, I mean, we haven't heard much about his abilities of playing fast time
Yeah, and I
controls.
actually haven't seen Shankland playing this World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever played. I might be wrong, but I just don't remember.
Yeah, probably he's not bad as well, but
Of course,
no.
of course.
I would consider Andreikin to be a favorite if the tiebreak between him and Shankland is to happen. Then for Pool B, once again start with Harikrishna and Tabatabai first. Not much has happened because white has spent a lot of time.
So he didn't repeat.
Yeah, so he decided not to repeat, and interestingly, he went bishop c2 here, not after bishop f5. I mean, you can have pretty much the same position with black rook on d7 on d8, right? He decided rook is better on d7. Better for white, that is. Yeah. It's not clear though how to continue. I mean, still some rook h1 or g5 is what I'm looking at. But that's exactly, that's exactly how it looked, I remember, when we were checking with the computer. Because black was supposed to play some strange moves. I mean, that's why we've concluded it's easier to play with white, because white at least has some sort of a plan. And black was just hovering around. I mean, the computer would say it's equal and then play some random rook move.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, now what Hari achieves with all this kind of pendulum maneuvering with the bishop, you go here and then you go back and then you go here. After rook d8 and bishop e4, yes, you got the rook on e8, now you move again, right? And you cannot play rook d7 because bishop c6.
Yeah, interesting.
So it's not that it achieves much, but it kind of makes life a little bit difficult for black.
But what is white's plan? I mean,
maybe there is no.
like
I mean, still like g5. So I imagine getting the pawn on g5, getting the knight via h2 to g4, Maybe not even getting knight to g4, just go g5 and go f4. Connect the pawns this way. Right? So it doesn't matter where the knight's going. So g5 and somehow f4. I don't know where the knight has to go for it. King, I would still argue that it has to be on e2 or maybe even e4 later.
Later on, yeah.
Later on, yeah. If I can force these pawns to move, I wouldn't mind this. Bishop b7, bishop 8, like, yeah, okay, let's play some stupid move. Maybe not so stupid move. This. And now I actually win the pawn, right? Because a4, bishop c6, bishop b5.
Right. That's one of his points, actually, right?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if black has to play like rook c7 and not rook d8. But then once again, something has happened in the position. Black had to leave the d file. And then maybe once again we are back to this plan of advancing the g-pawn. So it's exactly that. White doesn't have any kind of plan of winning the game. There is no such setup that we can say, okay, white achieves this, and he's winning. But it's awkward. It's awkward for black. That's basically it.
Also, let's say if black plays g6, is it a huge sort of
is it such a weakness? No, probably. I mean, we could already force him to do this, like by going rook h1, because h6 feels always like a bit of a hook, right?
Yeah, right.
The h6, I think g5, and then like taking there already loses because of check and bishop f5.
This is nice.
Okay, maybe not lose it. Maybe it was exaggeration, but white can win back the exchange, right? You probably go g6. You don't lose.
Right.
But yeah, anyway, h6 seems dangerous. So if we wanted black badly to play g6, we could have done this by going rook h1, g6, and then continue from there. So apparently that's what he will end up doing.
Maybe the position is just, how to say, like just so equal that they should just repeat. I mean, maybe it's one of these positions that there are no real plans.
Yeah, but still, like it's easier to find those irrelevant moves. Yeah, both sides playing irrelevant moves, right? But it's kind of easier to find irrelevant moves for white than for black. Yeah, so that basically was the argument. That, yeah, white enters this position and just makes moves, waits for black to make mistake. Ideal scenario would be that you always, you also press on the clock, like if the time is shifted, like if white has more than closer to 1 hour, black has half an hour, then I would say it's already part of the advantage.
Yeah.
It's a practical approach. It's not like something's on the board.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
So we'll see. It goes back to d8, yeah.
So now bishop e4 we said,
Yeah,
right?
now I think bishop e4 and bishop b7 is an actual threat.
Okay, what if he just goes back rook f8?
Back rook f8, but still bishop b7, yeah. Wait.
Now
Now you
A5,
want
yeah.
you want a5, and I think this is how. Yeah, bishop a6 now.
b4.
So he doesn't lose the pawn. He goes b4 and c4, and without b3, so a4 doesn't open the file. So it was something like this. We get this set up. We put the bishop on b5, so e8 is covered. You cannot double as well. Okay, in this position you actually can, because you have rook d3. That's why, once again, I cannot stress it enough. The king had to be there. But maybe, no, you cannot do king f1. These guys hanging.
Actually, you maybe even can, because there is king e2 after.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Takes and king e2, and you trap the rook.
Yeah.
Actually, that's funny, yeah. So let's imagine rook d3 is not such a great idea for black. Then black is kind of left without a plan, right? I'm putting the bishop on b5, and then once again king on e2. Maybe I don't have a plan how to win this position, but once again, the argument is only that, yeah, white is kind of easier to play with white. Yeah, easier to find moves, easier to play moves.
But here maybe black can go knight a8, knight c7, knight e6. Is it?
And then, like,
maybe knight
yeah,
d4 in future.
I maybe need to return. Oh, or this might be like put it on a4, right?
Knight e6.
Knight e6, bishop e3. Again, it's very kind of time sensitive, right? So for instance, this kind of transformation. If I have 3 more moves, knight on d3 and say king f3, king e4, white is all of a sudden almost winning, right?
Right.
Here you'll probably play d3 next move, even if it's like a pawn sacrifice, and to open diagonals, to open files.
Right.
So all of a sudden it gets sharp, yeah? For now, yeah, he goes bishop e4, and now black will have to make his mind. Maybe rook b8, just not to give white this option. So it's a strange game. It kind of doesn't decide anything for the group result. And the position is equal, and yet it can be played almost forever if white wants it.
Yeah, we can maybe move on.
Yeah, we should move on to Vitigo and Giri. 24 minutes left for Anish.
But white gave pawn.
White gave a pawn on e2. How was it? Queen f4, bishop g4. Yes, castles. Bishop d4, rook d4, bishop e2, and rook b1. Surprisingly, to protect the b pawn. Rook c8. So now, knight takes d5. He's planning to take on d5. And after bishop d5, if I get it right, he's planning to do this.
That's the point of rook c8.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. It's not like to go to c2 or something, but to have queen c7, sort of with a tempo, right?
This feels strange. Why did white go for this? Was it really the best way to give this pawn?
Yeah, it's the most straightforward, kind of the most logical. Yeah, the other moves look a bit artificial after bishop g4, like rook d2 and so on. But seemingly, it's not that challenging. Like, yes, rook c8 might be kind of the most precise, the strongest move, but even if he doesn't play rook c8, maybe rook b1. I'm still puzzled with this rook b1. What's the point? It might be to support b3 as well, because bishop c4 kind of guards the pawn, and then you go b3 and still chase it away. This might be the explanation why exactly on b1. Yeah, so rook was hanging on f1, but you have like different options: c1, a1, then e1. Okay.
So does white have to take on d5? Maybe there is something better.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the answer is I don't know. Rook d5 is nonsense, right? Because that's stupid. Rook e1 now for some reason. Now bishop c4. I think it's just equal, to be honest. Also, in some positions, g4, g5 would be an idea. To chase the knight away and then to take on d5 with the knight. But here you can't even play g4, g5. Yeah, I think it's
g4
just equal.
Maybe
g4 he'll take with the bishop.
With the bishop, and then knight d5.
You mean like a tactic like this? Bishop e6.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Bishop
but it's
e6,
working,
knight f6. I mean, technically, you might be even like slightly better. Knight f6, queen f6, straight, take b7. But still should be a draw somewhere, rook b8. Then if bishop goes, bishop a2 or bishop f5. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so he's thinking it. Also, rook c8 is such a move that, I mean, actually the position is such that you can't consider all the moves for black. There are many moves, so he obviously didn't.
Honestly, I don't even see kind of viable alternative to develop an issue. I mean, you can play different moves. You can play queen d2 for some reason, something like that. But like moves with idea, move with I don't know, with some threat. It's not that easy to see.
Also, black probably wants to play queen c7 anyway.
Queen c7 anyway is an option, right?
Yeah.
Rook c4 might be an option. Okay, he takes. So we are waiting for knight takes, bishop takes, and then queen c7. And this is really I mean, it looks equal if you ask me. Don't even see how you pose problems with white. Like rook e1 immediately. There's no threat, first of all. And you can trade, go bishop h5.
Yeah.
You can. Because I was thinking, yeah, maybe there is something with this pin, but not really. Oops, no,
Yeah.
I mean e1. But bishop b5 kind of works, right? Bishop b5 works.
Yeah, it's good enough. So we have it on the board, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7's on the board. And after all, maybe Giri just, yeah, he spent some time, but maybe he just found all the good moves. Okay. Meanwhile, let's keep the score sheet. It's Grishuk and Shankland who already made the draw. Pool C. Rapot and Shirov.
It's already a draw.
It is a draw,
Yeah.
yeah. So we've missed this one. So we can congratulate Richard Rapot on making it out of the group for a second consecutive time.
Yes.
And this time he didn't need a tiebreak. So
Yep.
it was a tiebreak
Yeah.
for him in Berlin.
And he will most likely face whom in the semi-final?
I think it's very straightforward. Pool A plays with Pool B. And so we don't know. I mean, someone from Pool D,
right,
someone
right.
from Pool D, but we don't know who is that. Is it MBL? Is it Mamedyarov? So we'll need to check for that.
Right.
Yeah. So here, I mean, we could quickly, knight C3, B3, C5, B5, C4, bishop D7. Yeah, just swapped everything. Fair enough. Even was posing some problems, but not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very good tournament for him so far.
Yeah, so far, Rapot really played a good tournament.
Yeah.
And Fedoseev with Vidit, this Petrov thing, B5, CD5.
C4.
Or D6. D6 used to be the move, really, yeah.
So this is the theoretical position?
Point being, I mean, no, but there was something very similar. Point being, like when you take, he takes over there, and so on. Now that I want to say, it was with king, in my line that I kind of recall, it was with the king on c1, because after d6, black was sacrificing a pawn. So now what happens, let me show. What happens now, so that, if black takes, bishop h7, queen d6, that's understandable.
Right.
And when black takes here, white takes here, black has d takes c2 check, right? With king on c1,
he wouldn't have
he would have to take on e7, and that line, it would still work for black.
Right.
Okay, pawn down, but somehow some development, so on. Here he can take on c2, take on e7, so absolutely equal material, maybe some initiative.
For black?
I thought for white, but after bishop b7, realizing that bishop b4, it's not even clear who has the initiative. I mean, should be equal position. Yeah, queen b7, knight h4. Not because life is good. Probably he just wanted to keep the g2 pawn. Queen d6.
Now it's clear that white is trying to play for a draw, I guess. I mean, after this queen d6.
Yeah, he's not trying to win. That's
this
sure.
Knight h4 feels weird.
He's not trying to win.
So should black try to keep queens?
It's also hard. I mean, if you keep the queens, well, what do you do? Like go to a5? It's meh. Not clear what it does there. Some bishop d2 will be possible. Queen b7, once again. Bishop, first of all, f3. Then if you go to c6, knight on h4 is all of a sudden a very good piece. So I think, very likely that queens are traded, and then rook d8, rooks are traded, and so on. So one more time. For Fedoseev, wait a second. Yeah, I mean, he has some kind of some motivation to play, or maybe quite a motivation to play for a win, because if I keep the scores correctly, Shir's on 2.5. We did before this game 2.5. Fedoseev on 2. So if Fedoseev wins somehow, he's taking clear second.
Yeah.
He's
Right.
taking clear second. So in terms of kind of in-group prizes, he takes the most.
Of course.
Okay, Queen's traded on d6. Still, it's hard to imagine how white's winning this. If black is like slightly careful.
Yeah. Maybe some bishop g5 he wants, I don't know.
Yeah, bishop g5. Yeah, well, maybe it's not that simple. Yeah, I'm not very happy with this knight on h4, but now that I'm thinking, yeah, after f3, where the bishops go?
Ah, right.
c2, it's not very stable, right? g6, I will trade. If bishop goes, knight f5. So,
Yeah.
so black actually needs some kind of good move here, maybe, not to be in the slightest trouble.
Also a7 is hanging in some
In
lines.
some lines, yeah, like rook a6, yeah. Maybe it's not that simple, especially since he's down to 23 minutes, right?
Right.
23 minutes, 23 moves. Yeah, we'll see. a5.
A5,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Just push the pawns. Right, but I mean, since Rapport has finished, I mean, somehow this game, if it's the last game that is going on, it is interesting.
Yeah,
but till
of course.
that point, it's kind of far less important in terms of semifinals. For Pool D, though, both
games
both
are
games
important.
are important. So I start with Yu Yang-Yi and Pratke.
So we left it somewhere after knight
After
b6.
knight b6,
Yeah.
They just build up the positions. Yeah, bishop d3, bishop a3, interestingly, knight c5, bishop f1, queen to d7, no, what's that? Rook c1 and rook c8.
No single pawn has been
Yeah,
traded.
everything, literally
Everything
is
is
on the board.
Yeah.
From what I know, the knight on d2 sooner or later has to be moved somewhere, because black can wait practically forever with this, keep this tension practically forever. Still, I'm not sure why he specifically needed queen on d7, rook on c8, because now, yeah, like speaking of Carlsen's game, yeah, the queen ended up being like on a7 at some point.
So maybe for white, would it be better to have knight on c3? Maybe knight b1, knight c3? To sort of have a threat of dc6
and then getting to the d5
potentially.
square. But I think the moment you go to b1, maybe now is the right moment for black to take. Because if b takes, I'm no longer that scared, probably.
Yeah.
You can even consider a5 or I don't know, bishop a8 and queen a7. Yeah, I understand the bishop is not very impressive on a8.
Right.
But this is, yeah, like move 20, black is on 22 minutes, and not a single piece being exchanged. So at least it's kind of complex enough. Right?
Yeah.
Complex enough to be played further on. And finally, Mamedyarov with MVL. No, that's not the piece.
Yeah.
They've played quite a lot of moves. G3, castle short. Guess what? Castle's long.
Yeah. Okay, it's Mamedyarov.
B5, knight e5, queen c7, king b1, rook g1. Nice move. Like g4 is too early, so I'm playing rook g1, but you can be sure that I'm planning g4, right? This, knight a4, knight traded, c5, bc5, knight d7. Interesting. I have to say, that's a very tricky position. Because yes, opposite colored bishops, but you know, a lot of pieces on the board, right?
Sure.
A lot of pieces on the board. And potentially white will have, like if, once again, if we both have unlimited time, right? I mean, like
Yeah, yeah.
I will be maneuvering, black will be maneuvering here. Black's options of opening files against this king are very limited, right? And if white ever gets g5, so what did I mean? It's like maybe you can dream of getting all the way to a3. That's the only thing. But after all, even putting the queen on a4 is not that. Probably you don't do this, right? Queen f2.
Yeah.
So just, I mean, like from the experience, all kind of positions like that, if played slowly, they are good for white. Because even like the d5 pawn is weak.
Yeah.
And if you put it on d4, then the bishop is really bad, right?
Right.
Like, so like, I believe, like even if white attacks it, it's better to just give it away, trade some pieces, because d4, you basically, you keep the pawn, but the bishop is just absolutely useless. Rook d8, I guess queen f5 to provoke g pawn to move, then queen h3 to attack that, and then maybe f5, and if you try to block it, then f4. Okay, something's brewing here. Yeah, queen f5.
So g6 is forced, right?
I guess
if,
so.
if bishop was on f6, still it would be forced, right?
I guess so. You don't want any guests like queen on h7, right? So g6. I'm not even sure if queen h3 is needed.
But I liked your idea with this
queen
f5.
h3 attacking.
And g6 was played.
So the question is if black's actually forced to protect h6. Can he, for instance, consider taking f2? So after queen h6, let's pretend it's queen h6. Maybe there is something better. Yeah, bishop f8, and all of a sudden it works for black.
Oh, right? Bishop g7. Right.
I will have to go here, bishop g7, and I will have to make an awkward move. Like queen g2, black already is not scared, I believe.
Yeah.
Can trade. If rook f2, some queen f3.
Bishop e2, but then
Bishop
queen
e2,
e4.
queen e4. I mean, somehow there is a feeling like white will never go back to kingside attack, right? He might be fine. He's not lost or anything, not worse even. But he'll never get back to attacking the king.
He actually played queen g4.
G6, queen g4, okay.
So probably bishop g6 is a threat.
Bishop g6 is a threat, yeah. And f5 is obviously a threat. So doing more or less the same, but I mean, we can check. Queen f2, bishop takes g6, pawn takes, queen takes g6. I mean, it's certainly a threat, because in a practical game, do you really want to find out if white only has the perpetual, right? I mean, he certainly guaranteed the perpetual, and he might have more than this. Like, I think queen h6 check.
How do you include a rook?
Rook he1, I think, in the kind of, as they write in their books, in the right moment. So let's say this happens, I'm not sure if I needed this pawn, and then rook e1. Even though I'm not still not threatening to take on d5. Maybe black is objectively fine, who knows. But again, for black to go for this position, it's kind of a desperation. I mean, it's when you don't have anything else, literally.
But also, if it works, it would just mean that perpetual is like the best white can do.
You're right.
So
and then for Maxime, it guarantees him a tiebreak. It's not the opposite situation. Yeah, so he might actually spend time and go for it.
So the other option is just to try to defend with king g7, I guess. But then
f5
comes.
Happens, yeah. It's not like you are safe here, right? Like f5 and then g5, something h4 or f4. Yeah. So in a way, without like the bishops and stuff, we would say that black has the passed pawn, right? But with opposite colored bishops, this pawn never crosses the 3 square. In a way, we can say that white is the side whose upper pawn, right? Because when we start exchanging those kingside pawns, like white kind of has more units. F5 and then g5, f4, and So that's an interesting point made by Mamjerov. I don't know, bishop f8. It certainly stops bishop g6, right?
Yeah, 5.
And after f5, I'm not sure. Can I somehow say that I'm taking this guy, for instance? And when you take, I'm playing bishop. No, it's not a checkmate. I thought bishop g7, check, king h8, and you can't protect b2, but you can. There is queen e2, there is I don't know, bishop e2.
Right.
So queen e2 is maybe good enough if the f7 pawn survives.
Of course,
right?
yes. Yeah.
If the f7 pawn survives. And even if, like, let's pretend I go to f2, I'm a little bit smarter.
To f8, yeah.
To f8, sorry, yeah. There is bishop e2 always, but just to highlight something, then this is opposite colored bishops and equal material, and white is still better. Right?
After
bishop
bishop
f3 and
yeah.
this little pawn is kind of always attacked.
So very uncomfortable, actually, decision, right? I mean, it's not like there are so many options. Yeah.
Check.
Bishop e5.
b5, I guess rook d4 already wins material because this is attacked, and also then rook h4 and
Yeah.
rook h5 winning.
Right, right. Yeah. Okay, he's about to. No, he changed his mind. I thought he's about to make a move.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable. You know.
I mean, if black pawn was already on a5, a4, then it would be very different. But pawn is on a7.
I think Schach is really, really good in such
b3, I think.
B3.
Was played.
b3.
Wow.
Interesting. It's very ambitious, I want to say. So this inclusion, for instance, doesn't really change much for black. You can play pretty much any line, right? Because white, okay, white gets an extra pawn, but it's not very helpful. If white goes a3, however, there are good news and bad news. Like good news, of course, is that you kind of got one more attack, and maybe some bishop a3 will happen and so on. Bad news that, I mean, this is a pawn fixed on light square.
So it can
So if,
be
yeah,
captured
if
in the
say
future.
somehow we exchange the queens and then white goes bishop, I don't know, b5, a4,
Right.
so potentially it's a weakness, right?
But it looks scary to play a3
Yeah,
with
a3
white.
is something that
Yeah.
you don't do easily. And by the way, bishop g6, I believe, forces a draw, which Mamdiyarov perhaps not considering.
Especially there's queens, there will be some queens too, yeah. Important
So
tempo.
check. Okay, let's pretend the black, kind of king f7 doesn't make sense for black, so black goes back, and then you give another check, and black goes to f8. So now queen c2, it's an option, but is it a threat really? I say I go to f5, king, I don't know, g8, and I take on d5. It's not a threat, queen c2, right?
Yeah.
I have like 5 pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, how realistic this line is? That's a question. So again, bishop g6, pawn takes, queen takes. King h8 doesn't make any sense. So here, check. Maybe he has to try to make difference by running in the center, like king f7, queen h5, who knows, king e6 to protect the pawn for a second, then run to d7 after
But
a
it will
check.
run into some rook c1.
Yeah, you are not running too far. Exactly, rook c1. I mean, I'm very scared about this bishop h6 so if I'm playing with black. I mean, I hate these situations where I know my opponent has a guaranteed perpetual, and and he can try basically for free.
Also, but okay, again, from white side, it's again risky situation.
I agree.
Like-
It's like any other situation, any other
Yeah.
game. Like it's round 5, not round 6.
Yeah,
Of course I go for it.
Yeah.
But now I'm exactly playing against the guy who, in case of a draw, overtakes me by half a point.
Right.
So yeah, that's interesting psychology, because really, like, I'm kind of incentivized to go for complex positions. Yeah, and sometimes I would not even say, this is a position I know I have slight advantage. But I'm thinking, what if I don't win? Yeah, let's go for something more complex, even though objectively that might have been the best chance.
No, after bishop g6 also, what happens if black just keeps his king? h8, g8, h8, g8.
I just
takes.
thought, what happens if he doesn't take? Okay, we won a pawn. He takes here, just in case. Takes a king a1, probably we don't want to take it. And he goes some stupid move like rook b8.
Oh, this feels so scary.
Scary, but how scary? Discovered checks are, scary. Exactly that. Oh, I mean, maybe bishop check, bishop d5, and then you're still kind of protected.
Maybe rook d5 immediately.
Ah, rook d5 immediately, right. But if there is no checkmate, I can take on f2, you know.
Yeah.
It's just super, once again, a lot of tactics. A lot of tactics there. So it's very sharp position already. It's a very sharp position already. Exactly what you want it to be. I mean, from Yarov's standpoint and also from spectators' standpoint.
Of course.
So you want the leaders to be as aggressive as possible. So what do we do? Go back to pool A, right? And Draken with Shankland. Not necessarily what you describe as aggressive. Bishop b5 and Draken captures, goes knight d4, goes queen b3, so much more modest approach. This, and once again, this knight is moved. I mean, how many moves?
Yeah, I wanted to say, now that I see also score sheet here on the screen, there are so many.
22 moves. Out of those, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then what? 9 and 10. Less than a half, surprisingly. I was almost sure it's more than a half moves made by him. Maybe I've miscounted. Still feels like really a lot.
Yeah.
Really a lot. Still, I don't know. I mean, how serious White's chances of getting the advantage are?
No, I don't think so.
Like rook f2 b8 maybe. Rook c1 queen d8. There is no force that can make me move the before knight, right? So knight c6 is not happening.
No, even black feels a bit more.
Yeah, like in this position,
I mean,
if you look at it, a6 is protected. Maybe black can start doubling. And so might as well be that it's black who is a bit more comfortable. And Draken is down to 18 minutes as well. It's not a tragedy in a position like that. Yeah, so one can speed up in a symmetrical position, but yeah. And they might reach this point when, Andrakin gets slightly worse, offers a draw, and Bacro says no. Because now it's clear, Shankland made the draw. If Bacro wins, he is the one who's involved in the tie. That's, once again, it's a very tricky psychological situation, speaking of what we were talking about, like playing for a draw.
Exactly.
Right, because at some point, with all those repetitive knight maneuvers, it seems that maybe White kind of is extra cautious and wants at first to keep it as safe as possible, right? We'll see.
So let's go to Vityugov Giri.
Vityugov and Giri, right?
Yeah, so
traded on c7. And no, wait a second. Went rook e1 himself, right?
And Giri took it.
And then Giri took on f4 and went rook c7. Can you do something about this? Does bishop c4 work somehow?
Like rook e7, is it forced or?
Huh?
Rook c e7.
Rook
But then-
c7. I'm probably winning a pawn like this, right? And actually get a very serious, I don't know, like very serious might be exaggeration, but I'm a pawn up after all. And you can't even go king f8 because bishop c4, right? And you have to go
This is nice.
so
yeah.
you are forced to
This is
go
nice.
to the corner. You're forced to go to the corner, and I take, and I think it's, I mean,
Rook
I would never
c7,
say this
yeah.
about the rook endgame, but this is winning. No, it's not only a pawn up. This is winning. Okay, we need to understand what happens there.
So bishop
So
c4.
bishop c4. It's a threat. I want to take on e2. Any kind of capture just fails. g5
Yeah, g5 might be the move.
might be this. g5. And then, funny enough, I can't take on f7 because I have a bishop responsible kind of for both directions, taking on e2 and taking. Okay, let's assume I go to d4. And then you go
No,
rook e7 and you say bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. This is the mystery revealed, right? Because, yeah, at some point I just got a bit scared. I'm thinking, okay, what's that? All right, second try. Rook e4, rook takes, bishop takes. And I'm claiming that I'll take on b7 and checkmate.
So there is bishop
And
b5.
you still have bishop b5, so can't really do anything, it seems.
This g5 move is...
Yeah, but g5 is...
Usually people would just give up on this line. They would see bishop c4 and like...
Yeah, like from afar.
I will not play, from far.
From afar, if you're worried, right,
Yeah.
and you've calculated this rook e7 and it ends up, and then you might be just missing the g5 altogether. Okay. So, and the fact, yeah, it's bishop c4 is not such a crazily complex move, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that Vitigo is thinking probably means that, yeah, he thought it works for him, and then all of some.
Yeah, if there is no bishop c4, it's just a very easy position, right?
Yeah, it looks like bishop c4, g5. Yeah, once again, can't do much.
Yeah.
All right, so that would mean Giri qualifies.
Okay, not yet, but...
Not yet. I mean, if he makes
Yeah,
a draw, yeah. Hare Krishna. There are some changes in Hare Krishna's game, quite the big ones. So the guy kept shuffling with the bishop, bishop e4, knight d5 played, bishop d2, c4 played. Oof, some breakthroughs. What was that? 3, this, rook d5. Was the original plan to take on c4? And then, even rook b4, sorry, rook c5, rook c4. Because I thought, like, maybe he had something in mind and had kind of change of heart in the last moment, and I even suspected
Rook
that it
D2
could have been
yeah.
rook d2 and take
Yeah.
on c3, right? But even like a simple rook c5. So I'm thinking, could it be that what I was saying about white not risking anything, could it be that it's not true? Because now you can actually try to take d2 to take b4, right?
So rook e2 is forced.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d8, yeah? Rook e2 is forced. I was hoping for this, to be honest. Because I can... it's not even a draw. I thought bishop d2, take b3, take e5.
There is back rank, right?
This I cannot do.
Yeah.
Back rank problems. Yeah, I should probably be able to make a draw, but that's suffering. Right? So this is something I don't want. And if I'm serious about playing this, it's c3, but who knows? The pawn is not as dangerous as it would seem. f4, king f3, I might lose it one day because of a3, right?
So this is too ambitious.
Yeah.
Probably just takes on b3, yeah.
Takes on b3 and do what? Rook d3 or rook b5. But then we are heading towards a draw, right? Rook a1, black takes this, white takes this.
Maybe I can try rook a8.
Yeah, rook a4, and then you don't have enough guys, right?
Yeah.
Like rook a4. Actually, once again, I mean, if white gains time, then after knight d4 at some moment, it's again, might be a bit problematic for black. So logically, yeah, there should be kind of massive exchanges. Black should be able to swap all the queen side, winning the pawn this way, but yeah, looks like it won't be enough.
What about position after rook ed8?
And then say,
but that's not possible.
That's a legit question. So if I take rook d2, knight d2, rook d2, and the pawns are not that scary, right? I think black's winning this one. Yeah. Black's winning this one. So after rook d8, what do I do? Go to c3. Then you can continue with rook d3, or takes and rook d3. Yeah, that's a nice inclusion, right? If I move the bishop, it's bishop b4 with the tempo.
Actually, rook,
like rook e2 is possible, but then once again it's a little bit awkward because I was planning to use this rook on a1, yeah? So now you take, and you play this, and you're very likely to take on b3.
Seems to be a good move.
Yeah. Rook d8 looks nice. Looks nice, yeah.
Wait, currently 3-3-1-3, so there are 2 pawns for white, right?
Yeah, 2 pawns for an exchange. Like taking b. Well, honestly, you can take and go rook
and
d8,
rook
and it's
d8,
not that different. Yeah, it's just that I started to attack b4 for some reason, but yeah, let's just go rook d8. Ask white what he's planning to do, right? Bishop e3, you already take and play a5.
No.
So this is the way to lose, potentially. No, clearly something went wrong for Hare Krishna. He was supposed to have everything under control. Again, like, was he forced to do all that? Like bishop d2, c, like b3, yeah, it's a little bit strange what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay, so Tabatabai is taking his time. I think he's, definitely between rook d8 and taking on b3 for sure. Those 2 moves are...
Yeah.
We
So
can...
again, so that's pool B, right? Vityugov finally plays a move. Rook c4 is what he chose. Rook c4 might be a little bit more clever. Rook e7, rook c2. So now he's threatening to take on b7, and if b6 is played, it's bishop c6. Wait a second. Could this be? No, bishop g4 should save, right? Bishop g4 controls this. If you trade, I mean, you probably trade, otherwise you lose a tempo. And here, can there be any problem for black? Probably not, because there is bishop f5 once again with it. I was thinking f3,
yes.
3 g4, but the rook's hanging. So Giri thinking. In anything else, you might be in trouble. Like you go h6 and white, let's say, takes on b7. Just a pawn up. I mean, you probably have to accept the rook endgame, but who knows if you make a draw or not.
He is about to make him. Okay, bishop g4 is so logical.
Looks like it holds, and then not much you can do.
Maybe there is some in this line: bishop g4, rook e7, f3, bishop f5, bishop e4.
You're right.
But still, bishop e6. Then
Yeah, then bishop or even g6. I mean, here you're not afraid of rook endgame, so just go g6, king g7.
Yeah.
Still no move from Giri, right?
Okay, he wants to check everything probably.
24. Yeah, he wants to check everything. It's just that in some positions you don't really have alternatives, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can move on to.
You know what? B6. Maybe I'm stopping too early. B6, bishop C6. This rook is under attack, so you can play bishop D3. Bishop E8 is not winning anything. There is no checkmate, right?
And if I take on E7,
Rook E7.
Rook D2.
Rook D2. Sorry. And even then I have two checks, right? I have a check followed by check. Oops. So I'm running away and then I'm playing some move.
Okay,
but then you can
and
play.
Rook D7,
yeah,
yes,
I agree.
a bit scary. I don't
Maybe
want.
G5 again, so that I'll be threatening. Yeah, you go Rook D7 and we agree a draw
This is nice.
because of perpetual. I can't go to E file, right?
Yeah,
King
yeah,
G2 and then
yeah.
check back and then so.
Right.
All right. But Bishop G4 is kind of good enough.
He actually, I think, played B6. If I'm.
Yeah, he does play
did
B6. Interesting.
Do you think he saw this line with G5?
Maybe, but also I was playing Bishop D3. I've blundered Rook D2. Maybe you don't need to, because the E1 rook still hanging. I don't have to attack this one. You can go Bishop G4 to make sure this is protected anyway. Right, takes, and then I don't know. I mean, Bishop F3 or something. Bishop F3. Then you give a check, trade on F3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a draw in many ways. B6 is the cleanest because you remove the pawn from the attack.
The color of the
square,
bishop, yeah.
Will we see at least one result? Is my question. I mean, I'm a little bit scared.
So he played E4.
Andreikin played E4. Those are big news. So this, queen went to D6, not D8, and Andreikin plays E4, trying to chase the knight away. So it's actually tricky, right? Knight F6. I wanted to say some tactic is there with knight F7 followed by E5, but it doesn't work.
Because of queen D5.
Queen D5 is here, yeah.
It's
and
important.
my own queen is hanging. And also there might be some knight jumps later on, because I was even still having ideas, Rook C4, but knight E4 protects, right?
Yeah.
So point being, no, there was no point. That's just a
I mean,
hallucination.
just black is a piece up,
I
right?
thought check, and it's discovered attack, but the D5 queen is protected, it's B3 queen which is not protected.
Yeah.
So let's say if it would have been a black rook which goes to C1, sometimes,
Yeah, of course, I understand.
Sometimes you make this mistake.
Yeah.
Wait, where is the game? Yeah, this one. This one. Yeah, let me update to delete my embarrassment. E4. Knight F6 perhaps. But then I'm not sure what he's planning. Like Queen E3, maybe just Queen E3 or Queen C4 to keep everything protected. Yeah, just to defend the pawn. Queen E3. Bishop C3 and then Knight G5. Maybe something like this.
Yeah.
Once again, like both sides have to be slightly
Careful.
not to get in trouble. Bakro controls the time. Half an hour for Andreikin. It's quite a bit of a time trouble in front of him. Like less than 15 minutes and still 15 moves to make. So there was pool A, pool B, pool C. One game for the CF Vidit. Oof. Somehow. Yeah, queens traded. A5. For the CF went B3. I don't quite get it. I don't like what he's doing. To be honest, like last few moves, the king is cut in a mating net, then the knight's still on h4.
Okay, the problem for black is still back rank, right? So.
You mean?
Yeah, I mean he can't, let's say, go rook c2 at some point because of the mate. So. But he can
Yeah,
include.
but this king is not very nice, right? I mean, maybe you could say I'm trading and going bishop d2. That's what I thought originally, but knight b4 is still possible. Maybe it's not threatening all that much, but it's kind of possible.
Yeah. Also g5 is a threat. And then
Yeah,
rook
g5 in some positions, yeah, exactly, just to get rid of the back rings, right? It all of a sudden became quite sharp, these opposite colors. Bishop c5, still.
And bishop c5 here.
Knight b4. Again, there's a pin. No, I don't like the fact that this guy is here. f3, you take the bishop, I trade, and yeah.
There is a mate, no? No, he had to include f3 earlier, probably. This is just, for example, here.
Yeah, I mean, why b3 at all? I mean, I'm not sure. You have. It seems like you have some other stuff to solve first, like f3 here, bishop d4 here, something.
Yeah.
And instead, he spends 2 tempi like this, just to go back. And I understand the point. Ah, wait a second. Knight d5. Maybe this is the point. So he was relying on this, maybe, so that you can take. And then I'm threatening to take a3. But black has b4 or knight b4 even. And it's still not the end, right? Because the bishop is not hanging. So you go like f3.
Then even g5.
And then black goes g5.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? Then you take, and black takes and says, thanks for the game, right?
So in the
This
current,
guy, yeah, this guy cannot be protected.
No, this is terrible. No, it might just be, I mean, I don't want to say lost for white, it's too much, but with this pawn on a3, knight on h4, it feels
like really unpleasant.
very, very unpleasant. And also it's so sad for Vidit because, I mean, if he wins, like, it's not like he's getting anything. I mean, he's not sharing. So.
Interestingly, for Vidit, money-wise, in
No,
terms
of
of prices,
course.
it actually doesn't matter, draw or win.
Ah, really? He's
Yeah.
second anyway, right?
So that's really sad. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he played knight f5, which we missed.
Ah, okay.
Obviously.
Knight f5, so if bishop takes, yeah, understandable. Ah, knight f5, there is also this trick. So now let's look at it. I mean, you probably make a draw by taking and then just going back, right? But if, let's say, if black is blundering like that, is he lost at the end or not? There's also
Mate
this
is a threat.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I give a check and you go here. I give a check and you go. I mean, if you want to play, you go to c1 and it's one more check, king d2, and the mate threat and rook a6. Yeah, even then some b4, right? But yeah, black has no reasons to go for it. It's not like he's winning here. Very messy. I'm losing a thread a little bit, so I'm Draken still fighting. If somehow he tricks Bakro, he qualifies.
Yeah.
Then Giri Vityugov looks like Giri will hold, and therefore the B group will be clear. C group, Rapot is already there.
And the D group is actually
D group is absolutely unclear, right?
Unclear,
so again, Hari we checked. Yeah, Hari Tabatabe, he actually did play your move, and white went rook e2. So now you can, as black, you can take b3, go rook d3, and
very dangerous for white.
Let's see. So takes, go here. Maybe he moves the bishop rook b3 and still attacks the a pawn. Maybe that's good enough. Wait a second. How is it good enough? Bishop e1, this and this. And if you want it to be on the board, even bishop b4 is an extra pawn. Sorry, extra exchange for nothing.
Yeah.
This one's hanging.
Actually, g4 is
Takes
hanging.
and
This
rook
is
g4,
important.
right?
Yes, yes.
It's a technical position.
Yeah.
It's a technical position. And against the knight, it shouldn't be such a complex technique.
Yeah.
Like sometimes with the bishop, like they set up some sort of fortress, right? Bishop protects the pawn, pawn protects the bishop, and sometimes it's not easy to win. With the knight, it should be much easier. So yeah, Harry perhaps misplayed it quite a bit.
Let's just go to Mamedyarov here.
Yeah, I think pull D is what matters.
How
about that?
A3.
B3, A3. Bishop E7, once again offering a chance to sacrifice on G6. But it's not the same now, because King F8, and there are some Rook D6 ideas, and oops, and also if you take maybe King F, yeah, King F7. You still have the perpetual like this, of course, yeah. No, just for some minute I thought Queen H5, King G7, and you don't even have the perpetual because Bishop is coming. But you had it from H7 anyway. So Bishop G6, yeah, you almost can kind of guarantee now that Mamedyarov will not play Bishop G6, right? He's not happy with the draw.
Yeah. But still, Black now has his own threats. Bishop F6. Something, I don't know.
Right.
I'm not sure after.
On the other hand, since the pawn is on B3 already, so it's kind of an extra factor for for the endgame and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe now White can switch to play it slow to go Rook D2 just to protect it, right, and protect B2 potentially. Then somehow gather things to attack D5 and ideally provoke D4, and then come back to the idea of playing on the king side. So once again, maybe a very tense game, this one. Move 24. So I have a feeling today, okay, we had those two quick draws, but all the rest develops much slower compared to the other days, which is understandable if you think.
Yeah, it's the
last round. A lot of stuff decided. Also, yeah, okay. I can't stop thinking of this Bishop G6, but now it's probably not working. Okay, if I just play F5.
G5?
And wait a second. So this is no longer that smart, right? You'll be absolutely safe, like King F8 and Bishop G7.
Yeah.
So even like Queen D4 is possible. Maybe not needed. Bishop G7 is
Bishop
fine,
G7 is just
one
safer,
check,
yeah.
King F8. And can't really get to this king.
And here we might actually see a time trouble from both players. So, I liked Rook D2, honestly.
Yeah, Rook D2. I mean,
nice.
I was thinking like sometimes even Queen D1 would be a move, or Queen F3, and pressure here, make the king safe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, let's check you, Youngie Pretty.
Yeah. Oof, a lot of things happen once again. I felt like when he had this bishop on A3 with white, which was already some time ago, C1, Rook C, I felt like this bishop is not coming back. One day he will, just take on C5. By the way, Pretke is on 4 minutes. So
But he did take on C5.
Yeah, he did take on C5. 4B4, A5, and H4, and G3. D8, Bishop G2 is somewhat mysterious. Because King H2, Bishop H3 would be what I would try to do. So he moved the bishop in order to move the knight, yeah. Okay, takes this, knight here, Queen C7, knight Rook A1, not knight C4 even. G6, Queen D3 and F5. That's a big fight. I don't see MVL winning, so for Yu Yang-Yi, winning this game practically means a tiebreak guaranteed.
And Predke is on 4 minutes.
Yes, for
But
4
okay,
minutes,
9 moves. It's
very sharp position as well. Yeah, 9 moves, it's not something that you can't achieve, but still, it is a time pressure. And also there are some strategic factors, right?
Yeah, of course.
The question is, of course, what do you do? Because, yeah, F5 is very forcing very concrete move.
So you
This,
don't want to
this
take,
ideally
I guess.
is what you do. But then E4,
Yeah, right.
E4.
So knight d2 is perhaps the most logical.
Knight d2, yes, you can do this. And then you're passing the same question to black. I mean, what do you do after knight d2? Maybe knight, yeah, I was still looking for the way to put the knight on d4. Maybe it belongs to d6, so that it's kind of attacks this, presses this. Also from d4 it attacks f5. Yeah, it's not like a 5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, maybe that's what you do. You put the knight on d4. I don't know. Put the knight here.
Maybe the other knight.
Yeah, it's never clear, right?
So
it's
not
never
clear, yeah.
So I kind of wanted, my logic was that I want to press on f5, which I'm maybe not doing, in fact.
Yeah.
Right, I'm never threatening to take.
Also, I would be scared from black side of some d6 in future and then knight d5.
Ah, yeah, like put it
Yeah.
here, d6, bishop d6, knight d5.
I would just have to have some piece on d6.
Is it really? Yeah. I was thinking if it's ever possible to take and sacrifice a piece, but yeah, it's not. It's not that position when you get any kind of compensation. Yeah, feels like White was doing everything right, and then kind of he was not ready for f5. Because what are the standards way of reacting to f5 here? Like, okay, takes on f5, he cannot. h5 would be like, yeah, h5, and then hg, knight h4, again press h5. I don't know, maybe it's possible, but it's a sacrifice for sure, right? Because you take, you go to, maybe it's not. Wait a second. I thought knight c3 wins the d5 pawn, but you can do this. Or you can go to h4 and say good luck taking this d5 pawn. There will be some jumps. So maybe this is a direction.
This is
like go h5. f4 is tricky. But white has choices. I mean, you can go knight c4, or if you are more ambitious, you might even consider taking going knight c4, right? Where black gets a lot of stuff on the king side, but if we ever push e5, d6, that's a massive center. Right, so that's an option perhaps, this h4, sorry, h4, h5, yeah, to sharpen things up even more. Move 31 to remind you guys, Yeah, I think it's a favorable situation for Yu Yang-Yi in terms of like, some people, they play with white and don't even get the game at all, right?
Right, and they're actually the same age. I'm not sure if you knew. And also, there are 2 more players, I believe, who are same age with Vidit. And 1 more should be 1994.
1994,
There should be 1 more player.
These guys are, what, 94? They're approaching their 30s.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible. And I still remember those jokes, but when you see someone born 1990 something, you would ask if it's the rating or the year of, I mean, and these guys, no, because, obviously, life doesn't change much. You used to be 30, I used to be 30, and then looking at these guys, they were like 13 or something. All right, so here, still, I would claim that this has to be in some way promising for white. It's just that he has half an hour. He understands. Yeah, h5 played.
He played h5.
Played. Yeah, I would be more comfortable leaving when Yu Yang is to move. Like now, when Predke only has 4 minutes,
Yeah,
I feel like
exactly.
we have to stay
stay,
with
yes.
this game. Stay with this game and
Yeah.
see how he reacts to H5.
Probably he doesn't want to take on e4 if he doesn't like
Yeah,
win anything. It's
right.
very, very.
No, he does take on
does take
e4.
on e4.
Now I can guess what White is playing. Yeah, Queen takes e4.
Yeah.
GH, Black is a pawn up. Maybe this is what he wants to do. No,
I
knight
don't know,
d6.
knight
Okay,
d6.
knight goes to d6 so that controls quite a few of those squares. Like a 5 might be important. One day c4 important for sure.
So queen h4, I guess, is
Queen
that?
h4 or c2 simply to control this. Like the benefit of going to c2, I still keep an eye here.
Yeah, right.
And if e4, who knows? Like maybe queen on c2 would be strangely better placed so that I can go like knight g5 and maybe e6 one day.
Or knight d4 even, yeah.
Knight d4, yeah, I was very happy about knight d4, but then I realized maybe it's an exchange sacrifice. Maybe it's not a bad exchange sacrifice once again, you know, you never know.
Yeah.
Knight c6, like takes, okay, I take back. And then the rook's hanging, the c5's hanging,
Right.
maybe even this
Yeah.
one's playable. So all in all, it's a very rich position. So as much as I was sure what White will play after fe4, here it's far less obvious. And maybe we can run away from this game to check something else.
Okay.
Mamedyarov and MVL. The tension is only building up, right? Not really. Mamedyarov down to 9 minutes. Maybe it was not reflecting correctly the time till he actually made the move. Sometimes it's the case. So f5 indeed, g5 and f4. We said it's nothing wrong with it, right? But somehow it's not clear how to react for black anyway.
Okay, bishop f6 feels natural, but then
f6, I guess he takes and goes
h4.
Goes h4. Queen f2.
Maybe queen d4 is possible.
Queen d4, yeah, but I still can do this. It's a little bit ugly, right? But maybe possible. Also, this might not be. No, this is probably not good for White. Yeah. And if I move, you just take h4. King is safe, and this is not a realistic sacrifice. It sounds nice, yeah, like, but I need queens basically to checkmate with this material, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, black will be very quick, like getting to e3 and so on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, bishop f6 feels logical at the very least.
And what else he can do?
I mean, he could play queen d4, strangely. Pretty much achieving the same. I want to play bishop f6, but also
Not allowing fg5.
not allowing fg5 for now. Yeah, and there is like no really comfortable discovered attack. Yeah, and f6, of course, you take with the queen, right?
Yeah.
To avoid this trick. 6 queen f6. Maxime plays bishop f6. Okay. Yeah, so now is the tense moment, yeah, because White almost for sure takes on g5 before doing anything else. No, maybe not for sure. What if, strangely, I once again play a prophylactical move, and this time it will be rook g2. So for some reason, I might want h4 without capturing. Yes, so queen d4 doesn't really exchange the queens.
And what about queen d4 now?
No threat. I say h4. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I'm sure in what I'm doing.
Rook e8?
Yeah, like I'm not threatening anything either, right? takes here. Can't do this. Pawn is pinned. I mean, and also the king is very safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I spent 2 moves. Imagine, right? Queen h5, rook h2, and you say, so what? Queen h7, king f8. Yes, this bishop is really like powerful, right? And black at some point will start having his own ideas, right?
Yeah.
And one of his ideas could be, I mean, just to mention that if you are careless, you can actually blunder something like queen d3 and checkmate on the back rank.
So they did trade on g5.
F takes, h takes, right. Still, I would consider playing some prophylactical move for white and
Not h4, right?
not h4 for now, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have a result. It's Vitiugo and Giri.
Vitiugo and Giri, and it's, I believe, a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can it be in this position? I don't think king f6 is the last. Sorry, king e5 is the last move. It's I think we've told already. So then, in order to fix the result on a digital board, right, the kings should be aligned in the center in a specific way, right, and basically kings on squares of different colors means a draw, and sometimes the arbiter would first put the king on e5, and it would register as the last move.
As the move, yeah.
But I believe, bishop d3 came along with a draw. For you don't blunder h7 pawn, you go h6 or something. Anyway, with this draw, Giri is qualified. And Vitiugo, we don't know. I mean, he's guaranteed not to be the last, but that's about it. Or a tie for the second, if you will.
Yeah. So if this game between Harikrishna and Tabatabai is draw, then he is clear second, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's important.
Okay, things changing. Rook d8, rook e2, rook c8. Still don't understand. Why don't you take it? Takes over here, bishop f4. Because this way you preserve the a pawn. Yeah, Hari did something really strange with his position. Might still not lose, but it's already. I mean, at least it's absolutely clear it's black who is playing, and it's a kind of a long-lasting advantage, right? I mean, especially being as it is that a pawns are left on the same file. Like, remember, at some point we are looking at, I mean, such setups, and even like if there is no a pawn, like rook a2 here in this position.
Yeah, it would be better if you didn't have it.
Interesting. Yeah. So after bishop f4, rook b4 or bishop b4, any of the two. I don't know how to evaluate such things. It's once again, I mean, from engine standpoint, it might be as bad as lost for white, right? For human players, I believe that there is always some chance, chance to generate counterplay. Rook c2, I was thinking rook c2, rook c5, not to allow the rook to the 7th rank, 8th rank. Rook d2, then once again, if you trade, you lose like 100% of the time because a2 pawn is lost, right? Yeah. Rook d2, and now I wasn't sure because rook b7 is safe, but kind of spends a little bit too much time. Maybe you can get away with this, king f8, and say if rook d7, who knows, like rook a4, then just take it and say white's initiative is not enough, maybe. Knight g5, you just take, and take on e5, and go rook e8. So tricky, right? So black clearly has a chance here. That much we know. So just quickly we'll check. Oh, Andreikin's game has changed a lot. e4, knight c6, played by Bakro, a move with a tempo, and then Andreikin went to sacrifice the queen. He's done it against Grishuk in round 1, if you remember.
Exactly.
It worked brilliantly for him. So check, and takes on d5 and rook c1. So what's the material? It's the knight and the rook against queen and a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, pawns do not count. We all know this. These are little dudes. They are not counted. No, seriously, the rook on a8, kind of the pin on the 8th rank is black's main problem. It's not the material, right? But if black can make sure that he is not losing either this or maybe in some lines like bishop f4 and the b8. I think it's a very problematic situation, and it might be that Bakrov blundered. Whoa.
Okay, unless he has some f6, I mean, he should
Yeah,
probably try to
f6
challenge.
is serious, but that's exactly when I was not sure, because knight d3 supports both threats, you know. And what do you do next? I mean, knight's still not moving. Right, I think we have a live press conference with Anish Giri, right?
Yes, and Vityogo. Yeah.
Anish Giri and Nikita Vityogo. We will be back right after. Still quite a few games in progress, so stay tuned.
Anish Giri with us, who finished their round 6 game here in the final round of the group stage of the Grand Prix, the second leg of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. Thank you both for joining us. Anish, let's start with you. This game ended in a draw. This was a draw you needed to secure your spot in the next phase of the competition. How do you feel about the game itself and about your result overall?
It was a very tough game because Nikita was prepared. I was hoping that this line would, that he would not have any ideas really. I thought I had them all pretty much under control, but he played this. He played a sideline that I knew, but within the sideline he played a sideline that I was not so careful at, and I was on my own very early, so I tried to force a draw, sort of, or like force equality from the start. So I spent a lot of time trying to do that, and from afar I underestimated this stuff that he can, because very often it's a standard thing that you trade the e pawn for d pawn, and it's sort of peters into equality. But in this particular case, it doesn't, and I didn't see that. I mean, when I already saw it, I went for it anyway, but then my position was very dangerous. I don't have any pawn weaknesses. The pawn structure is very fine, but my bishop cannot get back to defend against his, and I was concerned at one point where he could keep the queens. I also didn't have time there, so I was very concerned at that point if he had kept the queens. But after the queen trade, all the tactics worked for me. There is one important variation with bishop c4 g5, which is probably what he missed. And then after that, the endgame, because I don't have pawn weaknesses, as long as I don't lose the bishop.
You're comfortable. Nikita, you surprised Anish. If I'm not mistaken, you were thinking for like 23 minutes at one move or something like that. And also another move you spent about 10, 12 minutes. So you surprised your opponent with a sideline, within a sideline. You obviously aimed for that, you were ready. How did the game go from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite excited after the opening, but well, I remember this trick rook b1 is a very important one because it doesn't allow black to go bishop c4. Yeah, in sense of b3. I think the position was very promising. Maybe it was between between equality and a huge advantage for me. Yeah, and unfortunately I wasn't able to pose any problems after my prep finished. So it was. I mean, it happens. Yeah, because it's. Not easy, not easy to play chess. Yeah, it's much more easy. Yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah,
to analyze.
That's the problem. My main problem also. Yes, not easy to play chess.
Okay. It's always good to be the commander after the battle. Yeah, it's easier to analyze. But okay, Anish, you had a good tournament here so far, I dare say. So how would you assess the games you played here in these first 6 rounds, and which is your most favorite one?
Well, it's first of all important that I qualified. It's not even that important how the games were, but some games were good. Today, maybe bad game from my perspective, but to be honest, it's very difficult when you face new idea, and sometimes I try to, instead of going for a slightly worse position, I try to equalize it by force, and that works. That's very nice, but it just didn't. So yeah, today was not ideal. Yesterday also was not too thrilling, but yeah, my opponents play very well and games are tough. All games were tough. Also, the one I won against Nikita, I was very happy with the final phase of the game. It was a very beautiful piece sacrifice, so sort of almost a positional piece sacrifice. But in that game too, there were some ups and downs, and Nikita was back in the game at some point, and he had chances. Yeah, all games were very fighting, which is something I expected. But I think not too bad. I don't have set too high standards for my play. I think it was decent. I had some interesting ideas here and there. I missed a few moves. Yeah, it's just what it is. I'm happy with the score and looking forward to the next phase.
That's great. And Nikita, obviously this is the end for you here in Belgrade. How was the tournament and how was everything?
I think Anish was the best player in our group. I mean, in a sense, how he was playing here, yeah. Because the rest of us, we had our problems, and of course, I lost a crucial game against Anish in the second round, and after that, it came down to today's game, yeah. And I think I got my chance, yeah, but. I missed it, in one move. It happens, yeah. You have a chance, yeah. I'm happy, at least that I got the chance, yeah. And well, we will see. I hope at least I will be permitted to play the last stage, yeah. Because these days it's not that obvious. For Russian players, but I hope I will play there and will show something, yeah, something better than I did here.
Well, thank you both so much for the great games you showed, for the interviews, for everything you did. Anish, good luck with the, tomorrow's rest day for you, but then the day after tomorrow. And Nikita, good luck to you as well with your further endeavors. Thank you both so much. Back to you, studio. We have Alexander Grischuk and Sam Sheckland here with us, who drew their round 6 game here at the Grand Prix in Belgrade. Sam, you had a difficult task as black against Grischuk. How was the game from your perspective?
Yeah, well, of course I was hoping to find some winning chances today, but I understood it's not likely to beat somebody this strong with the black pieces on command, so I just thought I would play a normal game and try to play like reasonably dynamic chess. I played Sicilian, of course, but this line that Alex chose, I had checked it via a different move order for Bakro early in the tournaments, where instead of d4, white can start with c4, and then I retranspose with knight gf6, knight c3, g6, and d4. And I had checked this position for Bakro, and unfortunately I think black's only chance to equalize is to play what I did, because if I play knight g4 without a6 included, then I do believe after knight f3 white is better. And after a6, a4, knight g4, there's some interesting lines after rook d1 if I recall, but after knight f3, b5, I'm pretty sure it's just a draw, and if I don't play b5, I mean, I have sort of unpleasant positions, so in hindsight maybe I should have chosen something else to try to be more ambitious, but I mean, I did not come into this game with high expectations that I was going to win. I just thought, just try to play a normal game, and if my chances come, I'll take them.
No, that's fair point. Alexander, sorry, from your perspective.
Yeah, C4 is a novelty, played for the first time, but unfortunately, I didn't pay enough attention that it can transpose to the well-known line, and that's why I was completely surprised by the speed, both by the moves and by the speed of Sam. And after b5, I just thought I need to, show some, to be a bit accurate and make a draw. And I didn't see any winning chances. And, that's what happens when you run into some deep preparation.
Sam, obviously now a lot hangs in the balance between Dmitry Andreikin and Etienne Bakro. If they draw, then you and Dmitry go to the tie breaks. Have you followed that game at all? And
yeah, so also I'm going, the best I can hope for is a tiebreak, because if Andreikin loses, I will be playing a tiebreak with Bakro instead. Yeah. But when I first saw the position, I really didn't like black's position. I didn't look too closely, of course, because I had my own game to focus on, but I was very worried that white was just much better. But when I looked more recently, I thought it looked basically fine for black. So I just hope white doesn't win. Either other result is fine, but at this point it's out of my control, so I'm not going to really think too much about it. Just go and try to have a nice rest, and if hopefully I get to play tomorrow, and if not, I still had a reasonable event, and I'm reasonably satisfied with my performance. I got quite lucky at round 1 with Bakro and round 2 with Alex here. I was probably basically lost in both games, but at the same time I really should have beaten Bakro in round 4 and didn't. So I think the result is sort of fair enough, but I just hope I can keep playing more chess.
Thank you. And Alexander, this wasn't the greatest tournament for you, obviously. When you sum it up, how would you, in your words, sum up this tournament for you here in Belgrade and your time in Belgrade?
Like first 2 rounds I played like an amateur, basically, making 7 blunders in those 2 games, and so at the moment it looked I'm quite somewhat likely to end up with 0 out of 6, but after that, I sort of limited the damage. I wanted to win 1 game. I didn't want to play for a draw today, but my preparation was not very fortunate, and I never had any realistic chance today. So, but it's okay.
Okay. Well, thank you both. Thank you, Sam. Good luck if tomorrow is a tiebreak. Good luck. In general, thank you both for your time and the great games and the interviews here.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the last round, and more specifically, not a tiebreak, time trouble of the last round. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes to reach the time control for those who are still playing. And we have to inform that Mamedyarov and MVL finished in a draw. The position that looked promising for Mamedyarov, in this position, MVL actually found a beautiful resource. Rook to c8 was played, and now it seems nothing stops white from developing the attack on the king side. So h4, queen e3, and then after rook e2, rook c1, a very nice tactical shot. After this capture, looks like, yeah, black is just an exchange down, but queen a6, attacking a3. You can't play queen b4 because the rook is hanging, so one may guess that maybe rook e2 wasn't the best move. Who knows? But yeah, you have absolutely no way of protecting the a pawn other than going back to b1, and after this check you have to go back to a1. So MVL escapes. He's guaranteed at least a tiebreak. Yeah, Yuyangi, Predke, they've reached the time control, so we'll be back to them a bit later. Now in pool A, Andreikin, after he sacrificed the queen, I think he's completely winning now. So after f6, not even knight d3, but knight c6 was played. Much trickier move, right? Knight c6, rook a8 apparently is just lost. So two rooks against queen and the pawn, but black is tied down. So black goes a5, rook d8. It's been a lot of funny intermediate moves, knight d4. And then he takes the pawn and he goes knight b3. So now kind of the queen is not very useful, right? Bishop f4 as the reply to king f7. So one piece is unpinned, but the other is not, right? So the knight is still pinned over there. Rook a5, I was thinking, but then just knight a5, and the bishop still guards the rook. And the knight still cannot, I mean, doesn't have that many squares to be moved, like knight a6 perhaps, but then, I mean, white should be winning simply because of like domination of his pieces. I don't know, rook takes d5 maybe. So two rooks should prove stronger than the queen. Okay, bishop f4. Bakro has slightly more time, and it's move 34, so these guys might not even survive till the time control. Bishop f4, there was, I mean, similarly there were other moves, but bishop f4 seems good enough. What to do for black would be my question. Some g5, hoping that white takes with the bishop, and then you take a5.
Yeah. But there is rook b8.
There is rook takes b8 and also threatens the rook, Similarly, nothing works for black, right? Like rook a5.
Yeah, but it's protected, yes.
It's protected, the same.
Just
sorry.
for a second, I thought.
Sorry, Like, that's the line that caused us to oops a little. Yeah, knight a5, and the bishop actually, very importantly, protects both rooks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. So what was kind of the best try? Perhaps is rook a5 and then move the knight. But once again, it's seems like it's only postpones the inevitable.
Did make some move.
Bishop b4. Okay. So this is hanging. Maybe it's not as simple. But now you also have this motif of checkmating the king, right?
You mean rook c7?
Like rook c7 check. I understand I'm kind of entering a point of no return because now the back rank is an issue and so on, but I was hoping, no, probably like g4, bishop a5. Now you start getting a lot of checks, right? Because I thought, like knight a5, let's pretend like just captures, and I thought might be that there is no way of saving. Like you attack g7 and even f5 is there, but also you have check followed by check. Right.
He actually did play rook c7, so...
He did play rook c7 check. Okay, we are about to find out what happens next. Okay, for black there is absolutely no reason to think of anything else but king g6. King g6 played. One last minute for Andreikin. Yeah, I mean, there was a feeling that he could have kept more control over position, like this knight a5 and so on. It might have been winning, but there is like a certain feeling that you might be doing it wrong. Yeah, queen b7 though protects the a8 rook, so maybe you don't have that much liberty there.
No, instead of knight c6, I thought, as you pointed out,
this
actually knight d3.
Knight d3 could have been,
Just,
could have been easier.
Okay, so king
g6, down to 40 seconds. H4, when the bishop takes h5 check, black will go to f5. Yeah, so there is no checkmate there. Maybe it was too hasty to declare Andreikin's winning. Hang on a second, rook d5. Can we just play rook d5 and still play for the dominant? Rook g8 immediately. Hang on a second. Bishop takes a5. It's either something like brilliant or it doesn't work. I mean, I have two guesses there.
Okay, he is playing on seconds, so...
Yeah, he does play on seconds, but that's absolutely incredible. Bishop a5 is what black... I mean, you can't really... I mean, technically you could go bishop f8, but then rook f8 and there is still no back rank.
Yeah.
You know, still no back rank checkmate. Knight d7 as a guess? No. Knight c6, you allow rook g7 check.
And what happens on bishop a5?
Bishop a5, I don't know.
I mean,
that's the trick, I don't know what happens.
Okay, knight on b8 is also sort of hanging.
g4, you take the rook, right? Taking on g7 doesn't really make sense. I'm not sure. Could it be that he just blundered everything and it will be Vachier playing the tiebreak after all? Might as well be. Because, yeah, like really, what do you do? Well, technically you are not lost here, perhaps.
Rook a5? How?
Yeah, like rook a5, check.
King
You
F5.
mean like then I'll be checkmated on the back rank. So you might be lost. You might be lost. I mean, you can... No, it doesn't work.
They made some moves, so yeah, he took bishop
Yeah,
a5.
bishop a5. I don't see a brilliancy, to be honest. I think it's over. G4, what? No, I keep forgetting this is
rook is hanging.
Knight takes a5, yeah. Knight takes a5, rook, but wait a second. Knight takes a5, rook a5. Now the rook is not hanging, so I can go g4 in fact. And then you give me a check. And I go here. And then you give me a check. And I go what? King h3 question mark? No, king h3 is too much, yeah? Or is it? Because queen f4 is still a checkmate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some, chess poetry. Queen d3, king h4, no checks. Rook check, bishop g3, no checks. No, the game is on, for sure.
Maybe even king h4 after rook
Yeah,
a3.
yeah.
It's very crazy.
So knight a5, rook a5, yeah, g4 is what he wants. That's I'm sure. G4 is what he wants. So Vachier stops right here looking for an alternative, but it's hard to imagine an alternative. Yeah, like king f5 could be like kind of, trying to play intermediate before white gets g4 in. King f5, attack this, attack this.
Yeah, this is very nice actually.
Bishop c1 with the tempo, and then you do... yeah, but then g7 is not even hanging with a check, right?
And then queen e5 even, or
queen e5 is good, yeah. So attack the rook, threaten checkmate in one, knight on a5 is hanging. Whoa, what a game. Yeah, king f5 might be actually a better move than rook a5.
Yeah, very, very good. So is there something on king f5 trying to...
I don't know, maybe you play g3 so you're not checkmated when the guy captures. But wait a second, it's just, what, queen for the rook, right? Queen for the rook. I mean, so it's kind of playable because of, some threats, but objectively it's just lost, right? Rook g7, I was thinking, but that's not very serious.
He took on a5.
He took on a5. Now after g4, nothing is clear At least we think so.
He did play
G4, of course. Yeah, G4 is the. Well, there is a 5, and he guards G7. But then, look, then white captures there, and this is what you could miss, because there was this motif with rook takes G7, but here, since you played F5, there is rook C6,
Yeah,
and
nice.
this is missable. I mean, from afar.
Missable, yeah, of course.
Yeah, rook C6, bishop B8, white
Of course.
white gets, I don't know, probably winning position, right? Bishop for 2 pawns, king F7, bishop B8 takes on G4. Well, a lot of swings. G4, and now imagine how desperate Bacro is going to be, because you really need to find a move. After this check, you're no longer able to protect G7. Rook G7 is threat of a checkmate, by the way, right? So it's not like you can do much.
So queen b1, I think he'll play. I mean, queen b1 is also, he only needs 2 moves to
Yeah.
3 moves.
So,
3
so
moves.
he gives a check. Let's say he gives a check, and he says, "Yeah, that's it. That these are my moves."
He played knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay, so if I'm taking on d7, what's the difference? I don't quite get it. Queen b1 check now. So that rook c1 is, or bishop c1 is impossible.
But that's
What's
not
the
what
point?
white wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you basically, we were struggling to defend on g7 even with the knight on b8, right? But this is like less pieces. So king g2 for white is absolutely clear. Yeah, and then what? Queen e4. Now, I want to say f3, but f3, no, king g3 is correct. King g3 is correct. And yeah, and after this, or h, actually king g3, right? So now queen d3 is 1 check, I go f3, and rook a3, believe it or not, is 1 check only. Because I go to h4, and I think it's winning now. I think it's winning, right? It will all end with this checkmate.
No, it's very strange.
It's either
So
we were
queen
missing something.
a4.
Yeah, I mean, it has been. Yeah, I think king f5 was critical, right? So rook a5 might have been lost after g4 then. It doesn't matter if this knight is here or not, right? So same, like check here, we go, queen e4, and the king goes to g3, and after a check, king goes to h4. He cannot do anything. Wow.
So we're not missing something 100%.
No, not at all. I mean, I have no clue if we are missing something or not. But yeah, king g3. And ask yourself
how to defend.
I mean, this is a threat of checkmate in 1. So like certainly does need to do something. Well, technically f5, I keep forgetting. f5 is the move, in fact, which stops checkmate
yeah,
in
but
1. I mean, it loses in this specific instance because check and g5 and
It'll be mate anyway.
it's still a mate.
Yeah.
So okay, let's try to get sorry,
King
king
G3.
g3, a check here. Ah, no, but it's still a checkmate. Yeah, looks like nothing works. Just king g3.
Very nice. I mean, if he manages to win, it would be very, very nice.
Yeah, that's impressive, really.
Yeah. So it would be two queen sacrifices in one
For
tournament.
Andreykin, yeah.
For Andreykin.
And he'll make it without a tiebreak.
Yeah.
So we are left with this game. They've reached move 40,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
we can move on.
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna, Tabata Bay. This can be quite long, but okay. So at least Hari creates some counterplay. He has lost the a pawn, but he creates some counterplay against those pawns. So now, how does Black win if he wins? Maybe disturb the bishop. Okay, 3 because it's not protected, right? It's an illusion. So I think ideally you want to be able to somehow swap the bishops, and then f2 is weak.
Yeah.
Right.
Now let's say bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. Don't know. Yeah, like go here, I'll lose too many pawns, right? Bishop b6, you take g7, and even, like, I mean, king e6, it's already e6.
Yeah,
I'm not even
G6.
threatening this. Right?
Ah, yes, right.
Not even threatening. Instead of that, I could have captured on f3, but then you take
Bishop
b6, and still, yeah.
But should be winning for black, no? I mean, the current, not this position, the one that
Yeah, the
was-
feeling is like the position that is on the board, black should have very good chances.
Yeah.
Maybe he can try to play it slow as well. But how do you play it slow? Yeah, it's not clear.
Maybe just like...
Yeah, like GC, no, I mean, let's say black wants to.
Yeah,
H
G6
pawn you
is
can't
yeah.
really save,
Yeah.
right? So G6, let's say he takes, and then we decide somehow how we keep the F7 pawn. And there is no comfortable way, because there is always like this knight d4 check. On
Yeah.
king e6, I mean, maybe king e7 is possible for now, but then once again, knight d4, and he's threatening something. So it's a tricky position.
Right.
Okay, Tabatabe is thinking. Luckily for Rapport, he's, oh no, it's not for Rapport, for Giri.
For Giri, yeah.
He doesn't care about the result of this one. For Rapport, same we can say about Fedoseev and Vidit. The game which is also on at full swing, move 42. Also a lot of stuff happened. Like at some point they've reached this, so knights were, how the knights were traded?
There was this knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5, rook e8, captured, went back, they took this. Okay, I mean just a lot of random moves in the mutual time trouble. Rook c8, bishop g4. I'm not sure, it feels like Fedoseev got ambitious, but I'm not sure if he had the reasons. Because black pawns will be, maybe you can have some sort of perpetual.
Yeah.
Because as black, you don't want to end up on the 8th rank, right? So maybe you kind of forced to go to h7 and g6. But my point is, like, if you try to run, then black pawns seem faster with this f4 and stuff, like chasing the bishop, maybe getting closer with the king.
Right.
Rook h1. Hang on. Rook h1. f4, I'm guessing, yeah. Like taking on h5, I take on e3, threatening checkmate. There is also bishop g6, yeah? No, bishop g6, bishop g5, sorry.
Yeah. There's also rook c2, maybe, rook 8 c2. Wait.
Like this.
Yes.
And rook e1 checkmate.
I knew I had some idea, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. No, but
f4
4 seems strong.
Is good, yeah.
F4 seems
is
strong.
good. Yeah.
So it's not impossible if, that this is the repetition in the end. Because, as I'm saying, as black, you probably don't want to end up with the king on g8.
Rank, yeah.
So you go back and forth. And then it would leave, Vidit on second place. Yeah, so the only reason why Fedoseev wants to win, because he will take the clear second. So it's not about catching up with Rapport
Of course,
Of course, but
Let's go to Yuyangi Pratke. That game
yeah, this is important.
important.
Right? Oof, and also a lot of pieces still. The most complex game. I mean, we are just checking it, running away, not to say anything stupid, because it's very hard to tell what goes there in reality. Queen h1, I love such moves. Queen h1, e4, knight e2. So black got the bishop to c3, queen h6, otherwise rook h5 would almost trap the queen, funny. Queen g7, back to h4 attacking the 8th rook, knight c4. Is rook h5 a thing?
Rook h5 is sort of trapping the queen.
Yes. So the only question is, Yeah, like the queen is trapped, period, right? So the only question is how do you give it away? I mean, you can take d6, then h5, or you can take h5, then d6. It doesn't seem that white's playing for a win, this, yeah? I mean, white certainly has some compensation, but seriously.
Rook g5?
Wait, what?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's a mistake.
It says rook g5.
It's,
No,
of course,
no.
it's
Rook
a
g5
mistake, yeah.
will be answered with queen takes g5. So it's a mistake with a digital board, right? And it hopefully will be corrected.
Yeah.
It makes it very interesting, in fact. Because now, if Yu Yang doesn't win this,
Then Vachier is
then
winner, right? Without
Vachier is
tiebreak.
the winner, and we were almost guaranteed tiebreak. But this few percent probability might play out because, yeah, if Andreikin wins, which we think he does, we have winners in all three groups, and then if Predke holds this or wins this, we don't care much. And Biel doesn't care much.
Of course,
As long as Yu Yang doesn't win, that means even though there is a dedicated day for tiebreaks are not happening. And I don't think we'll complain much. Kind of a free day would be more than welcome.
So he still didn't make a move.
Here, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it might be that
King g3.
King g3 played. Clock updated, King g3 played.
There might be some. Oh no. I'm somehow trying to make it work, but.
Don't even know what to do. Yeah, I mean, he just goes to King h4 next move, right? And then it's some really brilliant line.
No, f5 is forced.
And the only, but f5,
No,
once again, as we said, it only prolongs it for a couple of moves, d6 or e7, whatever.
Right.
Three checkmates, with both rooks or rook d6. The only tight spot of this combination was King f5 move, right? Instead of capturing the knight.
Instead of rook a5.
Yeah, bishop a5, knight a5, and then king f5. If this works, then there was a mistake in Andreikin's calculation. Rook a3. I don't think there is any stalemate or something.
Yeah.
I don't think there is any stalemate or something with such a lot of pawns. So rook h3, king takes h3, then go to h4.
Yeah, he resigned.
What a game! What can I say? I mean, what a game by Dmitry Andreikin. And also we can say that Bakrov had chances, perhaps, like with this king f5. It was all hanging by a thread. But it's in the books, Andreikin wins 1-0, and he has 4 points, and that means he qualifies without a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Very impressive.
Impressive. Yeah. We still don't know the name of the qualifier from the D pool, right? Because it's MVL for now, but if somehow Yu Yang wins, there will be a tie. We are left with 3 games. It's Hari Krishna with Tabatabai, Hari Krishna trying to save, right? It's Fedoseev and Vidit. I don't know who's trying to do what. Once again, that's this opposite colors. Quite a few checks already. Now actually Fedoseev thinking. I thought he repeated once, but now he's thinking. Yeah. And Yu Yang Predke, right. So it was corrected. Rook went to h5, knight d6, rook h4, gh4. I mean, it's a tricky position. It might seem that black is just queen up and it's easier, right? But he'll take, and then, the d pawn, and so it might be tricky. I still believe objectively black's better, much better.
Yeah. Also, he has 2 bishops. It's very tricky.
Bishop d7. If I take, it's bishop d4. I mean, if I take with the knight on it.
Yeah.
Might be bishop d4 nevertheless. I mean, that doesn't matter what I do. Maybe it's just good. I don't know. Maybe just good for black. So takes, bishop d4. d6 is not going anywhere.
Also, it's not possible to move the knight because of bishop
Because
g4.
bishop g4, I also was like at some
Yeah.
point thinking, what if I just... Yeah, the bishop on d4 is so strong that you look for the ways, right, to disturb it, but bishop g4 happens. Yeah, and black has moves for days, as they say. Yeah, queen h6, queen h4. Yeah, maybe it's just much simpler than it looked. Maybe it's much simpler than it looked. 35 minutes for Yu Yang. He'll be, of course, looking for chances. But then once again, in this position, you're talking about chances to save the game, right? And very unlikely that you're talking about chances to win the game as white.
For sure. Yeah, I don't see the other move than actually.
Yeah, I mean,
knight
you take the
e4.
pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, bishop e4 might also just lose, let's say queen e5, or just attack both things.
Well, wait a second. What happened? How did he ended up? I remember when maybe I was wrong with the position evaluation, but when I said you prefer the queen on c2, not on h4, I had no idea this would happen, but at least in my line, the queen would be safe. Funny, yeah. And after queen h4, okay, bishop e7. You can't really change much. I mean, you go to h2 or h1.
Which looks pretty similar. Yeah.
Yes, then e4 attacking the knight. Once again, you have different moves, but you have to move the knight, basically. Bishop f6 attacks the rook. Maybe this is the moment where you say, okay, I can't do much, and then sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the chance. Bishop c3, rook e2, rook e5. Trade this, queen g7, queen h4, rook f8.
Knight e4 is...
4, sort of the same but better.
Because we took
Because
a pawn.
you took the pawn, yeah. The queen is getting trapped anyway, right? It seems. No, but then
he first takes.
He trades, right? He trades,
Yes,
and
yes,
he
yes.
goes, and queen is getting trapped for a rook only.
Yeah.
So that. Then he misplayed it, because it seems like here there is no move. All right, it's Dmitry Andreikin, and he will tell us all the truth about his game. Like, was he winning? Was he losing at some point? Yeah, I think we have all the rights to listen to the explanation. It was a fascinating game,
of
nevertheless.
course.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Dmitry Andreikin here with us, who just won his game against Etienne Bacrot. Before we go into the game, let's just summarize the things before this round. Sam Shackland and you were in the lead, and it was obvious that it was between the two of you. If Sam had won and you had won, then the two of you would be in the tiebreak. If you drew both, then again you'd be in the tiebreak.
Yeah, right.
So, but Sam drew, and you then had to either draw, and that would be a tiebreak, or if Etienne won, then he would be in the tiebreak. So it's all these combinations. So it was a crazy, still despite playing well, it was still very difficult and challenging for you to, I'd say you couldn't relax here. You were white against Etienne Bacrot, and this was a game full of twists and turns, and you kindly accepted to show us.
Of course,
so
I understood.
let's see what
I
the magic
understood.
went on here.
Like I must to play for one. It is very solid line. A little bit surprise for me because I thought maybe Etienne prefer to play for win 2, but okay. Here after d takes c5, it is normal theoretical position. We'll play for 2 results. White can play without risky, but knight bd2 is a rare move, half of idea, but okay, maybe I thought that will be a surprise for Etienne, but no. He played bishop c5 very quickly, and after bishop e7, my preparation is off, is finished, and here, okay, bishop e2 is logically for knight c4 idea. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, 4 is normally take. Maybe he knows this position, but okay, I think this position was small advantage for white, but maybe not so much. It is normally. Okay, here bishop d2 is possible also. Very natural move. And after bishop c7, for example, I can play knight a5, okay, rook c8, queen b1 maybe, rook c1. Okay, it's absolutely
Balanced
equal
positions.
position, yes. And I preferred knight d2, knight bd2 will idea b3 and bishop b2 more completely play with all pieces on board. Knight d5 is principal move. Now I can't play b3 because knight go to c3. Knight f3 will idea e4. Will attack, for example, if black play, for example, rook b8,
yeah.
e4, knight f6, e5, knight d5, queen d3 or queen c2, and after it queen e4 and rook d8, queen g4, bishop h6. Okay, it's 4, knight f6, e5, knight d5. I don't have idea queen d3, queen e4, and I don't see a move for creating attack. So I played bishop d2, knight e5, bishop b5, and here I saw that Grishuk agreed a draw with Sam Shankland.
Okay.
And I start to think how to play for win, of course. But okay, position is absolutely equal. Really, I thought I don't have a chance.
So this is the moment where you wanted to go and play for a win because you realized you didn't
not
want to
play
go to
for
tie
win,
breaks.
yeah.
Okay.
But I start find something, yes, something chances. Really, I don't believe that I can win, but okay, here is very important moment. I think it's absolutely equal position. For example, after queen c2, I must change a queen, rook a4, knight b4, no, okay, for example, knight c5, rook c8, b3. Maybe it's playable position, but I think really without chances. But Etienne played rook b8, maybe not accurate for pieces. Never mind. Queen b8 is beautiful idea. Yeah, why black must take on knight b8 because after rook b8, for example, rook c6, it take on d5 with extra material, and after queen b8, I had knight c6. Okay, here check bishop f8, take, and first idea was queen d5. And here I must play rook c1 again.
Just because of the screen. Sorry, thank you.
So
the viewers can see as well.
Yeah, rook c1 maybe is only move, and I will make a mate. Okay, well, big extra material.
Yeah.
But maybe queen d5 was better.
But he opted to take e d5 there.
Yeah. After long thinking, he take on d5 pawn, and now rook c1 looks very natural also. Maybe I can play knight d3 for first, I don't know, but okay, rook c1 is normal move. f6 is only move because after rook a7 I have bishop e3. Very strong idea, will bishop c5 next move. Will won immediately, and f6, here I start to calculate two lines. I prefer knight c6, but knight d3 I think is also possible. f5 is only move. And the problem that queen go to a6 after all. Okay, for example, after bishop f4 here, queen f6 also, and here.
Pressing on d3
yes.
and the diagonal.
Yes, and if I play, for example, knight e1, he can play knight d7. And black win already, but okay, knight c6 is correct. a5 is only move because I had bishop b4 idea. Okay, maybe he can take on c6, but I can't believe that this is normal position for black because king on g8 is very uncomfortable. So I want to take on a6. For example, after knight e5, I have rook c8. White pieces are very active. So f5 is absolutely best move. And here I start to calculate. I had about 5 minutes, yes.
Yes, you were in time trouble at this stage.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This is where things start to go around.
Yeah,
both of you.
Now I'm sure that this position is winning for white. I don't know what to say to the computer, but really I'm sure. But who knows? Who knows? Okay, rook d8, maybe normal, maybe not. Maybe bishop e5 is possible. Absolutely primitive move, but why not? Because my next move, bishop b4, and for example, if black take, I think this is winning or will be advantage position for white. Two rooks is always better than queen, but
instead it was rook d8.
Okay, yeah, rook d8.
It's the move
It's
you
a
chose.
beautiful idea, but after queen c7, I thought knight d4 is very strong, but I didn't see null ideas really, because black will play king f7 next move. It looks very beautiful for white, but maybe it's not winning. Wait, who knows? Knight d4 is normally now after king f7. I want to take and knight e6. This is my idea, but bishop queen b7, and I start to think. Okay, knight e5, knight e5. A little bit strange, yes, a little bit strange because open a rook, but I don't see an alternative.
This is where you had to be a bit quick, given that
Yeah,
your time
yeah,
constraints
especially if you have 2 minutes. I don't see how else.
Opted to take on a5.
Okay, take, and this is knight b3 is absolutely stupid move. I thought about knight a b3 and knight d b3, and I absolutely forget about knight f3. Very strong, I think. I saw it after playing knight b3, because here my pieces stay very well, and I don't know how to play black. I have idea rook c7, rook c8, and very important moment. For example, after check, I can make any move. For example, I don't know, but okay, I have a idea bishop e1. Yeah, it's very important moment. I didn't have it in the game.
Because you opted for knight b3, yeah.
Yeah, knight b3. Okay, another possibility is knight a b3, but here knight c6 is unpleasant, and I think black start play for win, because okay, I can take and take, but here black have a check, unpleasant check, and after. No, yeah, I think it's all, yes. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I have bishop c1. Yeah, I didn't see it. If I see, maybe I go to here, of course. Yeah, maybe it's better for white because 3 pieces is strong. If I play h3, king h2, yeah, it's well chances.
But you didn't have time to calculate all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's construction looks not so very good. Maybe rook b8 here. Really, I don't like it, but okay.
So, sorry, the move above.
Sorry,
it's over here. This is what you played.
Right.
At db3.
Okay, he played king f7.
So he's trying to relieve his king from the pressure.
Absolutely natural, yes. Bishop e4, I'm not sure. A little bit strange move, but how else? I have about 1 minute. Now, I had idea take on d5 and start to defense for draw, because rook and knight not so small against queen, but okay, maybe white have some practical chances for draw, but just for draw. After bishop b4, it is sharp position. Okay.
Yeah, he played bishop b4.
Bishop b4 looks normally, yes. Also, I didn't see how else, because, for example, I calculate g5, check, king g6, and here I can take. I can take, and for example, h4, h3, and I think it's normal position for white, because black king is not so good. But bishop b4, really, I missed this move. And my last chance, a check, king g6. Here, okay, rook g4 is normally, maybe I can start from g4, but never mind. Okay, take, and what is it? What is it? Maybe 96 is winning. Because after taking f5, I can't take on e8 because queen b1 mate. Maybe I can start from check, but after taking f3.
Then you're threatening mate.
Yeah, and it's mate. Okay, really, I'm sure that black position was winning objectively, but after take g4 is only a beautiful move, but okay, it's absolutely logical. And here, what I calculate? I think, yeah, really. Now f5 is not so good because I can take and rook b6 next move. It's very important. But after knight d7, I expect rook d7 and here f5. Maybe it's very strong idea because now I can't take a check on d6, king f7. And I'm not sure about evolution of this position. Maybe black is better. But I didn't see attack. It was a good chance for black, but he gave a check. I don't know what Etienne blundered here. But okay, king g2, and this is mate. No, maybe he blundered that I can go king on h4. No, and after f5, I will take and give a mate.
Yeah.
And after take, and mate also. Yeah.
So a lot of twists and turns in this game, very sharp, and obviously you had only a few minutes to calculate in these very critical moments.
Yeah.
In such moments of a game when they come, how does the decision making work? How far ahead do you calculate when you say, okay, I got
really
a few minutes or under a minute just to move?
Yeah.
How does the process in the Grandmaster's head work?
No, really, it's very great feels because sometimes I play so boring without emotions, yes, but now it's how to say, I don't know English word, adrenaline.
Adrenaline, you're hyperactive at that moment.
Yeah, it's very rare feels for me, but it was today. No, maybe it's helped me
move forward. So when you look at the 6 games you played here, obviously you played well enough to qualify and move to the next stage. But overall, I remember the first day you arrived in the very last moment. It was a tricky flight, like 4 or 5 planes. You weren't sure. You said to me at dinner that you weren't sure how this is going to all play out because you're tired. And here you are now qualifying. So how would you sum up these 6 rounds in 6 days in Belgrade?
Oh, okay, about 6 rounds.
Yeah, how would you sum it up altogether?
But I have some games will, okay, quickly.
No, you don't need to show them. It's just what is your overall sum up of your performance in these 6 days?
About my performance, no, okay, in first game is okay, today is okay also, but really I can't say that I'm better and better will next days because okay, we speak about it yesterday, yes, we have not so good background about it, and I can't concentrate on chess on 100%, that's a problem. But okay, I will try to show my best in the semi-final.
Well, thank you very much for showing us this game. Congratulations once again, and good luck. Hope you have a nice day tomorrow.
So much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Back to you, studio.
Okay, so we are back, and most of the winners in the groups are decided. And I wonder if by that point we can say all of the winners are decided, because, yeah, there is still a very slim chance that Alexander Predke blunders and then Yu Yangi, his opponent, wins and catches up with MVL. But if we are perfectly honest, it looks vice versa, that Predke is going to win. His position seems to be absolutely crushing. Let's start with his game, Teodora. I think, yeah, we've seen somewhere around the time control. Oh, actually, later than a time control, the queen was trapped.
Yeah.
Right, white queen was trapped. It's a bit ironic that on move 31, white went queen h1, right?
Yes.
So there was this position with queen on h1, and now, kind of 10 moves later,
We have queen on
d6,
h8.
and black went same battery, bishop on the long diagonal supported by the queen, and black goes queen h8. Knight c2 is possible, in fact. So bishop g4, knight takes d4, right? And if you take knight takes back, so runs away, you can take the knight. And then white has f3. And then, don't know, probably you just take with
Something.
maybe with the rook, you know. So it could be something like, no, that this way I'm taking
Taking the knight.
taking the knight, yeah.
But still, this d pawn
Yeah, like
all of
d4
a sudden,
and
yeah.
some d7. But also you can do this, for instance, I'm taking the rook. Maybe I'm not taking rook, maybe I'm taking h4. But yeah, let's pretend it's this, right? Takes, and queen h4, and yeah, you're winning. But again, like d7, this doesn't win the pawn because knight f6 at the end.
Yeah.
You know, some tricks.
Some tricks,
That's what
yeah.
I mean, some tricks. It's not, one cannot say the game is completely over.
And also, once this bishop from d4 is gone, it feels like, let's say, there is 1% more chance for white. This bishop on
even
d4 is
win,
really
yeah.
strong, yes.
Yeah. So knight c2. Can he keep the bishop would be my question. Like, but where do you go then? Yeah, bishop e5, knight c5. No. I think bishop g4 is what you do. I don't know, you could try to play for an attack. Bishop g4, knight takes, pawn takes, f3, like take with the bishop. But then it's not even threatened, right? Oh, sorry, no, not rook d2, but you can possibly go.
But d7 just...
d7, queen h4, right?
Yeah, queen h4.
Knight f6, queen f6.
Even queen f6.
Yeah, like black. Wait a second. No, it's a check.
King g7.
King g7 and queen, and I protect.
Yeah.
I protect h4, right?
Right.
Rook g2. Oh no. Check. Yeah, it's a checkmate.
It's a
G3
checkmate, of course.
and queen f3 or queen
f2. Yeah.
Okay, so initially we thought, yeah, this is supposed to be a checkmate.
Yeah,
then you realize queen from d8 protects h4, but there is queen f2, queen g2, or queen f3, queen g2 if king goes to h1. Interesting that Predke is down to 4.5 minutes. Yeah, maybe this game is not as decided as it originally looked. Because imagine you're in time trouble and still you cannot kind of calmly win as long as the pawn is on d6, right? I mean, if it's simply a tactical position where white tries to build fortress and you kind of allowed to do what you want, then it's very easy. I mean, you play a few moves, you kind of accumulate some time, then you sit and you wait, or not wait, but calculate it till the end and find your way through. But here, yeah, you have to care about the d-pawn. So he still has to make decisions.
He can try to keep the bishop.
The bishop, but how do we do
g7?
it? Bishop g7, all the way back to g7 after knight c. But then I'm starting taking the pawns, right? There is also bishop d5, which is quite annoying. Like after this, I give a check on d5. You know, you go to h7. The queen is locked in the corner. Somehow, even when you win the exchange, it's like, I want to say it's not entirely clear
Of course.
because the d pawn, I mean, probably black is winning. So if computer told us anything, it's that material actually matters.
So bishop g4
Bishop
is on
g4
the board.
played, knight d4, cd4. White doesn't have any other move but f3, it seems.
Yeah.
Honestly, rook f3 looks much more logical to me. Like take with the rook and bishop takes. Maybe not take the white rook then. I mean, first of all, it's not guaranteed that white has to take here. Maybe d7, actually d7 at once might be, no, then you go back, right? Then you go back.
Yeah, no, just bishop f3, there is also rook c2 or something to...
Yeah.
So...
Takes over here. And rook c2 or rook
or
c1.
Rook c1,
and then
yeah.
I'd say rook c1 to have it on dark squares.
This queen h4 is...
Queen h4. But then at the very least, I mean, it looks like a perpetual to me because it's a check and where the king's running.
There is rook h2.
Yeah, like king g7, rook c7. Yeah, maybe you can go to f7, but then it's just a mess, right?
Yeah.
Check, and you have to go under the double check, and we are talking some study line likes.
Which maybe works for black.
Which maybe works for black. Like you go here, and then who knows? Rook e7, king d5.
Yeah.
Not for an average brain, right? Knight g5 takes on f3. The queen's attacked. After this check, I go here. You take on f3. Probably black is still winning.
Yeah.
But who knows? Like rook c4. As soon as this king runs away, yeah, black's probably winning. But you can imagine how hard it is to figure out, having as much time as Predke has. F3 of course being on the board. 2.5 minutes. Does he ever play bishop f5, I'm thinking? Which leaves white much more kind of coordinated, right? So nothing falls apart, but at least you keep one more piece so that the d pawn is not that dangerous.
Yeah. Also bishop on g2 is terrible.
Yeah, bishop is stupid, right? So maybe bishop f5, and then your next move is to take on h4 with the queen, and then go from there. Maybe it's kind of a safer option, right, under the circumstances. Because when you take on f3, you essentially accept the very long line, yeah? You don't know if it works for you or not. I mean, there is no guarantee it's going to work.
Yeah, bishop f5 is nice. But there is rook d2, rook d4 also.
Yeah, bishop f5, if rook d2, I was thinking maybe you, I mean, it's once again, it's a huge responsibility, but maybe you can do this and take, kind of implying that rook e4, rook takes would lose to check and some king g7.
Yeah.
But then who knows? Then currently you have no checks, so maybe white goes e5 and so on.
Yeah. So he did play bishop f5.
He did play bishop f5, yeah, okay.
So is there something else than rook d2?
For white? Yeah, there might be. I mean, first of all, you could kind of wait with some move. I don't know which move. But you could wait with some move, and it's very unlikely that black has anything better than taking h4. So you could take it with one rook being on the d file, the other one being on e file. Right?
Yeah.
So you could consider going h5 for whatever reason. But then he takes, and if you take d4, there are some pins again. No, this rook takes, sorry. I was thinking, yeah, you can take with the pawn, e2 is hanging, you can take with this rook because queen c5, and the pawn falls, but white can take with e2 rook.
And this is dream for white. I mean,
maybe
from the position he has.
Maybe it's still lost, but you know, like the way position looked a few moves ago.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And there is no guarantee it's lost, right? I mean, in some positions, even like bishop getting there, pawn getting to d7, again, by this position standard, it's a three game for 3 results. Yeah. All right, so now Evgenij will be thinking. He's got quite some time, so this gives us a chance to look at the other games. Whoa, here, quite a few things changed in Hare Krishna's game against Tabatabai. We were looking at this, and for a very long time, the running player was not making a move. So he ended up playing this, went bishop f8. We figured out that, yeah, this is not the repetition because black was planning bishop c5, this way exchanging the bishops, then rook goes to c2, and f2 pawn apparently falls. Therefore, bishop d4 was played, rook d5, I don't know, I mean, maybe just moving the a pawn is the plan.
Yeah.
And white decided to transform in this way. So e6 captured on g7, yeah, the rook on d5 is not getting to the second rank, so maybe a slightly unfortunate. a5, g6, captured rook g6. Okay. I want to say it's got to be winning, but it might be tricky. It might be tricky. Because in some cases, if we imagine some sort of a race, like white is advancing slowly, I mean, he's going to be much slower because he needs to move all the stuff. Like if he moves with g-pawn, it's easy to stop, right? But let's imagine white gets pawn on g5, pawn on f4, king on g4, and I say knight on e5. By that point, black pawn is on a2, and it costs white a rook. Can we guarantee it's winning? I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes like knight and passed pawns will be, yeah, depends on where the king is. If king is on g8, it's winning. But I was thinking like this, like king f7, rook a6. It's known that rook behind the passed pawn, it's very annoying. Right? It's very hard to move this pawn forward. So I was actually thinking, hang on, after this check, that quite possibly black actually has to go here to d7. If rook goes behind, then go to c7, b7, to kick the rook away, and then you go a4.
Actually,
right. But then, yeah, then this scenario, not guaranteed to happen, but it might happen. Like I go here, I go king g3, I go g5. You know, white pawns are also quite fast. So it's still not, kind of, the game's not decided. I mean, objectively, black has to be winning there. King d7 was played, yeah. Objectively has to be winning, but like in practical game, there are still chances, of course.
Okay, we can move on to
Fedoseev. We also have Fedoseev and Vidit, where something happens.
Something good for white,
yeah,
actually.
king was on h7. Rook h1, f4.
Yeah, this one we saw.
This, and I cheated a little bit. That there was, there was an interview going on, and apparently rook c2 was recommended by some computer because, yeah, bishop f3, he gave up the pawn. One more check, and rook d6. Yeah, rook d1 was a threat of a checkmate. Rook d6, rook d6. Rook to d6. So now, no more checkmate to this king.
So he has this.
Yeah. Rook e5, rook b5. Then it could be just a draw, maybe. Oh, wait, maybe not even a draw. Hang on. Check over there, king g6. Why am changing the opinion so much, right? I mean, if it's two connected passed pawns, white's in trouble. But I'm guessing if you lose this one for free, strangely enough, it's not like white is in trouble, really. But these pawns might not be easy to stop, so it might cost you the bishops. It might end up being like rook and bishop against the rook.
Yeah.
Still should be good enough.
Of course.
Still should be good enough, but yeah, white should look for an easier way of making a draw check here.
There is rook c7.
C7. We keep missing stuff. Yeah, rook c7. Yeah, that's why. That's how you keep. This is how you keep 2 pawns. And then what? Then black has to run. Yeah. Black has to run.
b6.
G4, b6, g3. Let's say.
Takes.
Yeah. b7. I'm ready to sacrifice.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4, I go g2, I'm guessing, right?
No, I thought bishop d4.
Ah, bishop, sorry.
No, but again g2,
Bishop
so...
d4, yeah, probably still g2. b7, I mean, first of all, I can get this rook endgame by giving a check, then taking b7 and promoting. But also rook b5, which might be stronger, right?
Actually, rook e1, just king b2, and I have rook g7 on g1.
Yeah, you're right. Perhaps have to show this one.
Yeah.
Right, so if this, you go here, and bishop b7, rook takes, and after a1, it's, sorry, g1, it's rook g7 check.
Yeah. And it's...
And funny enough,
is it a
you
draw?
take with the bishop.
I take with the bishop, right?
Because if this, I mean, we have to continue this line till the end. Yeah, king e6, and you just noted that a pawn and the bishop are kind of not complementing each other. Black apparently still makes it a4, king d7, a5, king c8. Yeah, the bishop is in the wrong diagonal. Okay, but that's far from reality, of course, and black should have access to better ways of making a draw. Yeah, so all of a sudden, in all three games, something is happening. Something is certainly happening.
Just the two of them don't really have any impact.
Yeah, so for Yu Yang-Yi, it's very, like, he's far away from getting any kind of remotely close to a winning position, right, or winning chances. But he's the only one who can kind of play a tiebreak tomorrow. For other two guys, there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, bishop f5, rook d2, couldn't find anything better. That's Yu Yang-Yi and Pratke. Queen h4, rook d4 is impossible, it looks like. How impossible is, I mean, I have a check. It's impossible if you want to win, right? Because white has a perpetual check. But is white really losing this one? Rook f4, rook d3, right? Maybe white's not lost.
Yeah, king g7 still rook d3.
Yeah.
And there is no way to...
There is still this rook d3 thing. Hang on a second. No, rook f4 was clever because I had rook g4. I kind of had this discussion that why rook f4 is better. Rook d3, rook g4, and then
yeah, right.
I'm winning because in this case I do what? This, take h3, take g1. So rook d4 is not possible.
So we said e5, I think, is a possibility, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's any good because...
Queen f4?
Yeah, queen f4, at least now it seems that I can take this guy. Right? Or maybe what's more precise is start with d7.
And queen e5, then
yeah,
rook
queen
d4.
e5, rook d4. And this strat should secure me a draw. Or, I mean, if you go to d8, then maybe still like it's tricky. You give a check, king goes wherever it goes, and you go rook d8. And the plan is to play king g7 and go check in one move. Rook e4 though. Running out of checks. Yeah, it's still it's so tricky. Even this one, which is relatively simple, but still there is a way to go wrong, obviously.
Yeah.
So on a little bit more serious note, rook, yeah, e5 is what you try, I think.
And there is no other
rook
move.
d4 loses, otherwise, yeah. Like if you don't play e5, you at the best get the same position. No, you don't. Yeah.
No, he will play e5, certainly, I think.
But still time. But where's the least time they have? Hare Krishna? No. Actually, yeah, this race happens, right? King d7, g4, a4, okay, 6, Yeah, rook a6, because otherwise rook a5. Yeah, so you put the rook behind. King c7, king b7. Wow. But now it's tricky for for white as well, because at some point you might not be able to even sacrifice the rook. It's kind of
yeah.
This
A3.
a3, let's say. No, I mean you still able to sacrifice. Yeah, g6. You probably move this guy, or yeah, like on the second ring. If g7, you go there, and you plan rook a5. The knight is nicely cut off, right?
Yeah.
So in order to stop the a pawn, you will have to, let's say, go here after rook a5, go here, but then the rook is paralyzed and black is just winning apparently, right?
Rook g8, yeah.
Just goes, takes the pawn, and so on. Okay, he's thinking.
Evgenij made some moves.
Evgenij, yeah, I mean, we can be very flexible. We can jump between the games, and whenever something gets updated. d7 and king g7 in reply. Aha, so now you can't take d4 because queen f2 and simply a checkmate. What do you do then?
I mean, e5, like...
e5, but then I was thinking, like queen f4, also threatening queen e3, rook h8.
But now rook, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So this queen f2.
There is just queen e5 again.
Queen e5 again, yes. So the main point being that I cannot take this because always check on diagonal and rook h8.
Yeah.
It might have been missed. This one might have been missed.
Also, d7 looks so unnatural. Like,
yeah, look,
you want to keep pawns a bit more connected. Yeah.
Yeah, like d7 is good only if you can guarantee that you take d4, right? And there is no such guarantee.
I mean, can he try to play some...
Still e5. No?
I thought rook f1, I mean...
rook f1.
Looks weird, but...
Rook f1 could be.
So
this one's actually hanging, yeah? So let's pretend I take.
I'm not sure now what I originally wanted, but king,
so
bishop...
if bishop takes, I think I'm winning d7, no? Yeah, I do win d7.
Yes.
Queen g4?
No,
maybe I don't.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, it's simply.
Yeah.
Queen g4 takes d7. If the king takes, what do I do? I thought this could be good enough, but that's too brilliant, maybe. This and queen. I mean, I don't know, first of all, if rook f2 is forced, because d8 is a threat, yeah? And I was relying on this, which is kind of a funny line, but yeah, like queen d1 checkmate and attack the pawn. But there is also rook f7 and then d8 queen.
This is nice.
And black probably doesn't lose because of some perpetual, but neither does he win. Okay, then it's a serious move, this rook f1. And maybe what black does is actually rook h8. So using... It's not such a terrible threat, this queen h2, is it? Or it is a terrible threat.
So rook d4?
Yeah, rook d4 is of course something to check, right?
Yeah.
Rook d4, let's assume it's a check. King goes to f2, rook f8. Okay, let's try to be straightforward.
King e1 or king
and then you
e3?
go king e1, yeah? Then you go king e1, and after this check you get king f1, sorry, d1.
And then b3 is dropping.
The b3 is dropping with a check, and then check here, and then maybe take the rook. And once again, I believe by that point, we are unable to calculate it. So we'll leave it to the players. Evgenij still has 12 minutes to do so. So once again, a reminder for some who might have joined us recently, 3 draws so far, all of them of different significance, right? Rapot making a draw against Sherov quickly secured himself a win of the group. That's Pool C. Same for Giri, who took a bit more time, but still managed to make a draw against Vityugov. Winner of Pool B is Anish Giri. Then MVL, at some point it looked suspicious, but he managed to make a draw with nice tactical shot against Mamedyarov. So MVL is leading Pool D, and in a very unlikely event, Yu Yang wins, there'll be a tie.
Tie break, yeah.
And one more result, or rather 2 more results. Grishuk-Shankland was a draw, and Andreikin, there was a crazy game where eventually Andreikin won against Bakrov. It was queen sacrifice, been winning, been losing, and then winning again.
Yeah.
I think Bakrov, like with his move 40 or something, he made a decisive mistake. Yeah. Okay, so still waiting. Here, 11 minutes left. Let's check the other games. Tabatabai, yeah, getting Rook E3 even. So Rook E6, he starts with Rook C2, right? Rook E3 stopping the A pawn for now. Rook A5 threatening to move the pawn forward.
Does he want Rook A3?
Rook A3, I think he absolutely has to go Rook A3. I'm a little bit surprised that he's done it this way, in fact. It's like, Rook, why would you put the Rook exactly on the C file, not say B file, so that you have, Rook B3 now?
Okay, it's not very easy to guess this Rook E3, Rook A3, it looks very passive. But Rook B2 anyway, right? No.
Rook B2. Ah, yeah, you can't move the knight because this falls with a check, and then with this pawn, kind of your last hope falls. G6, though. I know, you win. Yeah, Rook B3, maybe we have to mention, doesn't work because G7, and then Rook 8, Rook takes A4.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, but after G6, you still have this move, targeting the pawn, right? And maybe White starts playing ugly moves like this, Knight H4, and this. Actually, the pawn is kind of getting too far. The pawn's getting too far. And there might be this scenario when you actually win the rook, but the pawns are here.
Yeah.
And the king's on G4.
There is Rook B3 now that I see. Yeah.
There is Rook B3 now. Hang on a second. If I go G7.
Because of Rook G5, check.
You give a check and then take the rook. Yeah, bravo. Okay. So that only means that after Rook B3 I have to back off. A3, right?
Yeah.
Logically you push the pawn. G7 there is still Rook G5. This guy is protected.
This should be.
F4 my king is cut, so I'm probably lost after something like Rook C5.
Yeah.
And then check, and then A2, like G7, just a check. Have to go to first. Am I lost though?
A2.
A2.
And there is Queen G1.
Not
right?
much to discuss. Yeah, it's like Queen, check, this, and probably I'm not winning. No, wait a second. Takes. Yeah, takes. I take specifically with the king, so that after Rook B2 I can take.
Yeah.
Woof. That was.
We made it.
Impressive analysis. That was impressive analysis. Rook A3 played. There should be easier way to win. Like Rook C6, then to B6, then to B3 might slow down White quite a bit. Oops, again I jumped to something else, sorry.
Rook F1 played, by the way.
Sorry, jumped to something else, but maybe right in time, because Rook F1 played, and now Predke will have to calculate some lines.
He's actually down to 1.5 minutes.
And how do you do this? I mean, how do you actually win if you win? Do you win at all? Yeah, the other thing to do is to trade really. King takes and then give what I was doing, this check. rook f2 and go to d6, not to do anything stupid. And then white goes bishop h3, right? And you go d3. And again, who knows? Even e5.
e5. Oh, this is also
Very messy, right? Very messy. And no guarantee that black wins. Like queen d5, threatening checkmate. King e1, then. Yeah, maybe this is the best chance. Predke is down to seconds. Predke is down to seconds. Yeah, meanwhile, what's the third game? Fedoseev Vidit? I don't know. Still want to say it's got to be a draw. Also keeping in mind that this pawn with this bishop doesn't win. So Black's objective is to get the king there and then trade rooks, trade this pawn for this pawn, and you're allowed to lose the bishop in the process, right? Yeah. Just get the king on a8. But still, for a practical game, anything can happen. It might be the longest game ever. Okay, so let's watch this. Trade it on f1, queen f4 check. Actually, white's not forced to go rook f2. He can go king e1, right?
Yeah, but then he's dropping b3. Oh no, there is rook e2. So king e1 is possible, yeah. King e1, queen e3, rook e2, right?
Because after rook f2, the other thing that you might be worried about is like black giving this check, and who knows, like for some reason I wanted to say d3 and then win d7 pawn with a check, but there is no such thing as winning d pawn with a check, right? Just take, queen c3, king e2, and I don't see it. I mean, you have a perpetual, like, but white is not voluntarily going to f-file and then you win, right? Oof. It's confusing. It's really confusing. Now it can literally be anybody's game. Like you blunder something with black, you don't have a next check, and bye-bye.
No, just if black manages to take this d7 pawn, then it should be... And somehow it feels like he should be able to take it, but I don't know how. Okay, so what white does?
First of all, we haven't refuted this, right? You know what? It might be funny. What if I actually do that and go d3? So I do threaten a checkmate, right? If you go for that, I was wondering if this can be, it probably cannot be winning, right? And you can't stop the pawn, but I cannot stop the perpetual. d2, I mean, this is happening, but I don't think the king's running away if white gives kind of correct checks.
There's bishop f3 also, yeah.
There is bishop f3 at some point, right? Or immediate bishop
Immediately,
f3,
actually,
absolutely
yes.
right. Absolutely right. So we can imagine like white gives billion checks, and at some point it should be, bishop f3 should work. Yeah, so there is no guarantee he's winning anymore. King e1. Okay. So now, but why do we keep saying that b3 falls or something after this check? King f1, let's not forget, there is a pawn which wants to become a queen. King e1. He can still do this, wait for bishop h3 and try to come with the king, like king f8, for instance.
That was played.
e5, he can take on e5 maybe, still rook e2, and you know, it goes on. So for now he went queen d6.
Yeah, bishop h3 is forced.
Bishop h3 is absolutely forced. Yeah, if you lose d7, you lose the last hope. No, wait a second. I mean, you should be, or I should be smarter. Maybe I do what? I do king f6, and if e5, for some reason I thought take with the king. But it's the same problem, right? Because I'm really scared of this setup, like check and rook e8. Scared as in I will be forced to give a perpetual. I don't think black ever loses still, unless he blunders heavily. Bishop h3 on the board, 25 seconds. "20 seconds. He, in fact, d3, wow, controlling e2 square. So now e5, he can take with the check and come back, and there is no rook e2, rook e8.
And now he wants to approach
Sounds
with the
nice.
king.
And now, yeah, now king f6, controlling e5, like say white does, I don't know, something, king d1, yeah? King f6, controlling e5, and also wanting to go king e7, free the queen, then queen d4, and come from one of the sides, yeah?
Yeah, so let's say rook f2. How does...
To cut the king away.
And king d2,
It's a clever move, what can I say? Queen d4 maybe. It's not like I'm threatening much as long as you have this pawn.
Yes.
It's interesting, but might be some strange fortress, really. Like even like, rook f3. So in order to win, black needs to take f3 with the check. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait,
No, but
queen e4 check. No,
yeah,
no,
queen
I'm
e4,
silly.
they're
I
mates.
can't go here because it's a checkmate, so I'll have to go to f2, and then at the very least you can give check on d4, go d2. Oof.
So...
Vidit, what?
Yeah,
Vidit
it's a draw.
Fedoseev,
Yeah.
finally a draw, yeah, okay. Vidit Fedoseev just agreed a draw apparently, right?
Yeah.
King a1 and king b1, so that's simply a repetition. Right, doesn't change much. It changes something, right? Yes, it changes something for Vidit, who finishes second, and yeah, after Rapot's draw, he couldn't ask for much more than that. So this is done. Back to Evgenij and Pretka. d3, Evgenij thinking, then quickly visit Harikrishna and Tabatabai. So he's running with the king in the opposite direction, interestingly.
Okay, it's not clear. Maybe he wants king c5.
Is he on time? Is he on time? Yeah, king was on c7, g6, king d6. Depends on where white is going, yeah. But now, since the rook is passive, it's only logical that, yeah, I mean, if you can get king on f6, the game's over, right? But so tense, and also such a... I feel like this is a long round. Maybe even if it's not, no, it's just too many things happening.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's less than 5 hours still, but just too many things happening, and it's a lot of stuff really. What to do? What to do for white?
Maybe some, oh no.
Like rook f2 I really liked. And then what we said, queen d4 was the problem, right? Attacking this, and also kind of, I mean, once again, how much of a threat is queen e3? It's not clear. Also, it's not easy to make moves for white now, right?
Okay, e4 is hanging, so that's the threat.
Bishop g4. Takes, king d2, back. Oops, no. Back. Yeah, like, what's annoying that I can never take, because d8, yes, I'm kind of glued to this diagonal. Yeah, but then from c3.
No.
Yeah, I'm losing it. I mean, I can't really wrap my head around it. Also now he's running out of time. Okay, I believe the intrigue we are keeping is somewhat artificial, though, because to imagine the scenario white is winning
is very
it's very hard. Yeah, because the moment black is scared, he has the perpetual check.
No, also it's very tricky for Evgenij because he was perhaps more lost than this current position, right? So let's say if some drawing chances occurs, he might be like, I don't get anything with draw, let's just continue. But of course, it's not realistic. I thought maybe bishop e6 also, to put bishop on d5 might be possible. But
if
then
queen d4, bishop d5. But oh wait, but queen d4 is a threat of a checkmate in 1, right?
queen g1, right?
Queen d4, and you'll probably still have to play something like that. Wait a second. Yeah, white's still thinking.
Didn't
Still
make
thinking. Didn't make a move.
Bishop
Bishop
f1.
f1, giving away d7. This is a surprise, I have to say. Okay, he apparently was scared of this pawn, but this got to be winning. It's got to be winning. I mean, all of those are weak, right? You can't really kind of control all of them. Plus, there is a g pawn. So bishop f1 looks like a big mistake to me.
Black has to take on d7. I don't know why is he thinking.
I don't know. Queen g3 check. What? Wait, what? I mean, he technically still gets the pawn, right? King
yeah.
d1, queen g4, but why to do it? I mean, maybe he has the point. So you either have to go to c1, and then I'm taking d7, or if you go here, I probably claim that I can also pick up this, and then go to g4 back, and only then take on d7. So maybe he doesn't lose with this anything, right? Unless rook f2 somehow works, and then after d2, nah, I mean, it's nonsense, right? Go here. Well, what?
Yeah, so queen g3, king d1,
King
queen
d1,
f3, I think.
Queen f3, which is kind of more forcing way of doing the same, because yeah, bishop b2 is not an option.
Yeah.
You have to go back, and then he collects the pawn. Bishop e2, no, because it's a check, and then I take it with a check,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, in fact, yeah, we were surprised, but queen g3
Yes,
is
yes.
just strictly a better move.
Yeah.
Strictly a better move. Yeah, impressive.
Somehow we're not getting the moves.
No, we do.
We do.
Check, king e1. Just take the pawn, yeah? Queen e4 check, yep.
There is some rook e2.
To play queen's ending. No, rook e2.
Queen h4.
Queen h4, rook f2.
And
Queen
then,
e7, and then still the pawn is gone, right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, queen e4 check. Has to go to d1. But yeah, but this got to be lost. And king c1 is still possible. I mean, I don't know why it wasn't played. I know it wasn't played after queen f3. You're right.
Yeah.
Queen f3, so he has to go back, and then takes and say, yeah, I don't even know. Like bishop takes, you can give a check, take the other one. White is kind of holding for some time, but not for long, right? It's got to be completely winning. Really strange.
No, they're both 1 minute, so.
Yeah. Just quickly checking the other game, where some things are happening. g6, king d6, knight d4, rook g5 check, king h3. So is he about to lose this guy?
There is rook c4, I guess he wants to play.
c4. Yeah. Wait a second. But there are studies there. g7, you can't take g7 because knight f5, and if you take this guy, I thought this works. Rook g3, and then how do you stop g pawn? It's crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
I mean,
but knight is known to be a tricky piece.
yeah, especially.
You have this, however, threatening a checkmate, right? I mean, if truth be told, I believe you can also win something like that. Okay, not rook g6 because rook a6, but I mean, something like that. It's not impossible to win
Yeah.
with black. I mean, imagine g-pawn is gone, right? And then, like with 2 rooks against rook and knight, it might be objectively a winning position.
So he played rook c1.
He played rook c1, threatening a checkmate. Okay. But here I was worried with something.
I guess king h2 even. What black wants to do?
King h2. It's a good question. Yeah, what does black want to do? Maybe no.
Maybe then rook c4. Did he?
Does it change
Yeah.
something? Rook c4, g7, right?
Yeah, g7. Does it change anything in this line with rook g3?
Takes and rook g3, and yes, it does.
I d-
It does. Rook g4. With
yes,
king on
yes,
h3,
yes,
it
yes,
wasn't possible.
possible.
Yeah,
Right, right.
yeah. So that would be brilliant. If
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pity. I mean, there was such a lot of stupid games which would last long, and now we have 2 very exciting ones. Yeah, king h2, rook c4. It happened. It happened. And Harry is very low on time. Knight is hanging. I mean, if you don't do anything about this side of the board, then the knight is hanging. Rook g3 immediately. I'm guessing you trade then, right? Then it's very easy. You just trade and you stop it with the king, and it's over. It's over. The a-pawn will promote.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
You just stop it with the king.
So he played f4.
He played f4, but then you can take it, right? I don't see a reason not to take it. Yeah, you just take the g-pawn, and it's.
f4 is strange.
He basically panicked. He played it on 3 seconds. It happens. You calculate the other lines, and then other lines don't work, and you play the first random move that kind of basically jumps into your head. Rook d3, threatening some discovered checks apparently. Do you threaten discovered checks? I'm not even sure. Like, if I go king d5, what's the discovered check? I mean, it's just, for the sake of being contrarian. I'm kind of insisting on, no, you're not threatening anything. Of course, it's not a move a sane person would play. But even then, right? I mean, it's not clear because I also have king e4 attacking the rooks. It might be not a terrible move.
Yeah. You just resigned.
King c5 and Harry. Yeah, Harry just resigned after king c5, which is understandable. All right.
So does it change something? Then Tabatabai will be third, right?
Even shared with Vityugov.
He will share with Vityugov, right?
So he wins, and they share, kind of joint second, third, which affects the prize money, but obviously not Giri's qualification. Yeah. You're left with 1 game, which kind of does have a bit of impact, but quite a bit, as long as black doesn't lose it. All right. So there have been more checks. Quite a lot more checks. Queen f5, apparently collecting the a5 pawn.
So there are no chances for
I don't know.
Some bishop d3.
I don't know. I mean, it looks like both pawns surviving, and then it's like I'll get 1 pass pawn here. So, well, two weaknesses. Principle of 2 weaknesses, right? So one will be on g5, the other one I'll try to create somewhere there.
So maybe black should just play g5. Yeah.
After rook g3? No, but this guy.
It's
so he
it's
first
ending.
takes
Right,
bishop d3, bishop d3 played,
and
then g5.
Yeah.
I don't see why he should be worried, right?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be much.
No. I think
much
it's just
chance.
lost. I think it's just lost. Then you'll give a check, go a5, and this will be it.
And it will be nice, actually, that. I mean, if Bradke wins, it's always nice to win the last round.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter the tournament.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and they will have absolutely the same situations. MVL qualifies, MBL qualifies, and Mamedov and Pretke will share the second, right?
Yeah.
We'll share the second. Evgenij will have the last place. Yeah, not much to do for white. If only I'd be able to, kind of. There are fortresses with like pawn being on f4, like pawns on b4 and f4. You can actually build the fortress, like your bishop is on d1, covering those, and rook b3, f3. It's at least according to what I know, it's a fortress. Bishop on d1, rook on f3 and b3. Black has 2 pawns, b4 and f4, and somehow it's not possible to cross the third rank with the king. But yeah, but he doesn't even have that, right? Because pawns are too far away from each other. And generally, also, so white's not coordinated, right? So the best you can do, you kind of can put the bishop on c4, so at least the bishop is defended, but then a5, a4 comes, and that's it. Now what? Queen a2, maybe. Ah no, king e3. He wants then to take on g5. I mean, being Pretke in this game, I would just randomly give few checks,
and try to gain time. Yes, of course.
It doesn't, at least to me, it seems like it doesn't make sense what he's doing right now. Like spending 30 seconds on every move, you are not accumulating time, and it's still not enough to kind of calculate something. Okay, check and a5. What do you really care? I mean, your position is winning. Maybe it's not. Like, you will not win it in the shortest way possible. But there is no extra points for making game shorter or longer.
Yeah, A5.
Yeah, A5. Brilliant. A5. Yeah, I don't even know what white's hoping by that point.
Maybe rook f3.
Yeah, like you can continue making moves, right? And even hope that maybe Black somehow misplays it, but realistically, it's not that much of a chance involved. F3, okay, Black is free to play G4.
Yeah. So there are no tie breaks tomorrow.
There will be no tie breaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like we'll have Tabatabai on a big screen, but who knows? I mean, maybe the game's gonna finish by then. So I'm not even sure what we are supposed to do. Right. Queen e5 check. Yeah, rook f3 was played. Queen e5 check. King f2. Come on, now you can. I wanted to say you can win the third pawn.
Yeah, but bishop e2, right?
Bishop e2, and then what? Then you go a4, you go b3, and you probably win the rook for it. Don't really know.
Yeah, you're right. That might be.
I think. Or if you don't want to force things, you can give a check, bishop e2, and go queen c2. Right, the bishop is pinned, and nothing stops a4.
Yeah.
Way too many options. Queen d4 check, just to see where the king is going. It's actually clever, right? It's actually clever.
King e2 is not
e2
possible,
or g2, now you lose. e1 you lose after queen c3. f1 is the only square, but then g4 might happen, so that you have to go to g3. This is how I would win. You go g4, and then you just go with the king. And if they attack, you say, okay, you are free. You are free to take my king, my queen, right? Am I right though?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
No, maybe I'm not right. No. King e2. Don't do this, guys. Don't do this. This is how you don't win.
This is how you end up in trouble, actually, is it?
No,
So, like,
you can't end up in trouble if you know the opposition rule, right?
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah.
Right. So
G4 played, rook G3, but I mean, you're not forced to allow this, right? You're not forced to allow this. You can actually give a check, followed by check, followed by check. I think that works. And then you take this and you have two connected passers. Check here, check here.
There will be bishop f1. We have.
There will be an interview or whatever analysis with Tabatabai, and by the time they're done, I believe this last game will finish as well. But yeah, we'll come back to say goodbye.
For sure,
it seems
yeah.
like there will be no tie breaks tomorrow, so it will be a free day for us. So we will stay till the end of this one.
Yes, good evening. We have Amin Tabatabai here with us, who just won his game against Pantela Harikrishna. Before we go into the game, how are you feeling? A victory,
I feel
finally.
great. I finally managed to win a game. And now I finished the tournament with 50%, which is quite decent result. Well, obviously before the tournament I was expecting more, but I mean, this field was just incredibly difficult. And yeah, I'm just very happy that I finally managed to win a game, and especially it was last game, so I'll leave here with the good feelings.
That's very good. Well, let's go into the game and show us the magic. What
Yeah,
happened.
so we started with this open Spanish line, and here he decided to go for this exchange sack, which is sort of a new line. Like people that started to play this line in like 2021. It's not so popular, but it's interesting. So at this point, so I knew until knight c4, and then I was not sure whether I have to go rook f8 or rook ac8, like rook f8 and after rook e1 rook ac8 to keep the pawn on c6, or just to push c5. But anyway, I decided to go for it. G3 is typical idea, king g2 rook h1, knight b6, normal move. And here it was interesting. He wanted to go.
You can show us the line if you want. Yeah.
So like let's say if I play some random move like a5, white goes rook h1, and after g6 bishop h6, rook e8, bishop c6, and the rook is trapped. So this is the idea, and that's why I played rook d7.
Yeah.
So after bishop f5, I think like the best square for rook is still on d8, because now if it's my move, next move will be g6, and it's still again rook d7. So then I will have rook d8, and black is totally fine. Once I get my rooks on d file, black is completely fine. He decided to repeat this position once, and he played bishop c2. The idea is, I think, the idea should be e6 here, and then position is open, and two bishops can be very dangerous for black. So rook e8, and here I thought maybe e6 is nothing special. I'll just take, and then go rook d6. And once rook goes back, I go rook d8, and the next move like either bishop d6 or f6 or f8. I don't know. I thought black is I think black is just completely fine. And they're here at this point. Okay, we played natural moves, and I think after this point, after b3, here he blundered b4, which gives black very good winning chances. Takes, and so here also was another critical moment. Which I had to decide whether I want to go rook c8 or take on b3 and then rook d3, which I think here the problem is white goes rook bishop e1, rook here, and then rook a2. Now I have rook d3, interesting move, but then knight d2 I think was the problem. And I was thinking that like white will somehow trade the pawns and it can be holdable for white. So and decided to go to rook c8, and I do believe this position should be just completely winning for black. I think white might have some chances, but it's just easily winning. I think I was very satisfied with the way I was playing until this point. Then bishop d8, bishop e3, and here I'm not sure because I do not see any ideas for white. I think I could have gone just g6 maybe, and then next move rook a5, because what he played was really interesting. I thought after rook a5 the position is just resignable, but then he saw rook c1, very interesting move. After rook a2, idea rook h1, And here I started to think, like, I don't know, 20 minutes maybe. I was calculating this line with rook b5, which is a very interesting idea. So white takes on h7, bishop b6 now. Takes, here, and now king e7. So it's a very interesting position. He cannot protect f2 pawn. The idea is rook b2, and it's unstoppable. It's very interesting, but there is one huge problem, which is rook h7, I think. It's a very strong move.
Should play rook b2?
So now if I go rook b2,
sorry,
the problem is g6. And after rook f2, king h3, and here pawn promotes. So, and here I have to go something like king f8, but then he can defend his pawn, or with knight h2, I think. An idea knight g4, because here in this position, if he starts with knight h2, I have rook g6, very strong move. And if he trade the rooks, black is winning. If here, still I think black is completely winning. So like after thinking like 15 minutes, I suddenly saw he has rook h7, and then I decided to go for bishop e7 here. Bishop e7, I think is by far the best move. Takes bishop f8. Here's just one critical line, which is g6 takes here, and here I wanted to go king c6. So the idea is that if knight d4 check, king d5, there is no more checks. There are no more checks. And if bishop g7, bishop c5 is just winning, he cannot protect f2. So I decided to go for this one here, king here, bishop g7. I think bishop c5 is also winning here. I was not sure because also I was on time trouble, and I didn't want to give him so many chances, which eventually I did. But I thought like maybe it's winning for me, because here he cannot protect this pawn, and if knight g4, g5 is hanging, so it's the last check, and I go here. And rook f6 doesn't work also, because I'll take on e5, and here I have rook e7. I calculated all of this, but I mean, I was not sure. I thought this going for bishop g7 is just easily winning, which I think it's not so clear now, like after the game. Because here he had very good chances. So I was not sure whether I have to go king f7 for the king side to protect against these pawns, or just to go king d7 and idea king b7 and a4 and rook a5. I was not sure which idea is better. So I just decided to go intuitively playing king d7, g4, a4. Here is like incredibly risky. Race, yeah. That's a race, and like to be honest, I don't know what's going on here. So rook c2, I was not sure whether I have to start with a2 or rook c2, but never mind. So rook c2, I think he played well. I'm not sure about g6. I was so worried about after king. Oh, okay. So king c7. The idea is just to bring the king here, because I had another idea to go king b6 here. Just king b5, king b4. Yeah. But the problem was that white also goes with the king. So let's say, I don't know. Actually, how can I do it? Yeah, g6. Here, a3, let's say knight h4, I don't know, a2, f4, and I was not sure if this position is winning or not. I think it's incredibly unclear, and maybe for engines it's just easily winning, but for me it was not clear at all. And here I think he made a blunder. He made a huge blunder here. It's a final critical moment. He should have gone g7, I believe. So after g7 I'm forced to play rook c8. And now knight d4. So the difference is that so after rook here check, I think white goes just simply here.
King h1, yeah. f1, sorry.
And so in some lines I cannot take on g7 because of knight f5 check. I'm not sure still what's going on here after rook c4, but never mind. So but after king knight d4 he missed this rook g5 check, I believe. And after here, so rook c1, he's forced to go king h2, and then rook c4. Now eventually
the pawn he's losing the pawn on
g6, and yeah, once this pawn falls, then the game is just over. So yeah, and then it was a very difficult game, I believe, but yeah, feeling relieved.
Yeah, another game where you also had a bit of time management issues occasionally, I guess.
Well, no, I was very satisfied with my time management.
In this game,
just
okay,
one point.
At one point you mentioned
just one point, which I thought for too long, but yeah, I think it was fine.
This is the end of the road for you here in Belgrade.
Yeah.
How was it these 6 days?
It was fantastic. I learned so many things. Like first 2 days I started very difficult for me, but then I started to learn or get experiences to how to play, and I ended the tournament very well, and yeah, it was just great experience for me.
What were, so to say, the 2 key things you learned, if you could share with us?
Well, one is that maybe I have to play, like in order to beat top players, maybe I have to play a little bit aggressively with white. Also, time management, like
That's
it was
the
the
key thing.
biggest,
Yes,
biggest thing which I learned here.
Good. Did you get a chance to see Belgrade? Relax a bit?
Not really. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
But,
now you're free. Now
yeah.
you can rest. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for wonderful games and for showing us this game, and good luck with your career.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir.
Back to you, studio.
Okay, and while we had analysis of Tabatabay's game, the last game of round-robin qualification is finished. Alexander Predke eventually, in 83 moves, beat Yu Yang, and what it means MVL is the qualifier from this pool. MVL with +1, Yu Yang finally with -1 takes the last place, and Predke shares second, third with Mamidiaro. Right, so those are today's results, and we have the standings, we have the semi-finalists, who is playing whom, and so on. So those will be all the necessary stats that we will show. What's the most surprising today?
I guess Yu Yang Predke, even though it's, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen the game. Yeah, it didn't look like
Yeah,
something
but
out of this world. But if before the round,
before the round, no way I would guess that this
before
would
the
happen,
round,
right?
it's hard. I mean, for me, Tabatabay's win against Hari also.
And that's
is
also very
kind of
surprising.
Before
Yes.
the round, not that Tabatabay is not not a good player or
Yeah.
anything, but Hari losing 2 games with white,
Yeah.
the guy who's very solid, especially with white pieces. Him losing 2 games with white in this tournament is surprising. Yeah, maybe, yeah. We can see the results. Yes, once again, plain and simple. Pool A, Andreikin. Pool B, Giri. Pool C, Rapport. Pool D, MVL, Vachier-Lagrave.
So Andreikin will face Anish, and Rapport will face MVL.
Right.
Yeah.
And really a lot of decisive games, and quite possibly it's because of this pressure that we were discussing, that you only have first place.
Yeah.
Like second and last, slight difference in money, but
Yeah.
not so important. Like first place matters, and then it makes people kind of nervous at some point, so that you have to push.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So I think this will be it. Once again, if we have the graphics for the semi-finals, which are happening, mind you guys, the day after tomorrow, I believe.
Yes,
right?
the day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the tiebreaks were scheduled, but since there's no tiebreaks,
It will be a free day.
getting an extra rest day. Yeah. Dmitry Andreikin with Anish Giri and Richard Rapport with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not sure if the colors for the first game are accurate. It's just the pairs, right?
Yeah.
So Andreikin was Pool A, and therefore he's written first, Anish was written second. So.
And how do they decide the colors?
I don't remember, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe they just decide now after this round
Maybe,
finished.
yeah, maybe there'll be some sort of drawing of lots for
yeah.
the colors. So
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, we have 1.5 days to figure this out.
Right,
what
right.
colors going to be. So I think by that point we'll say bye-bye. See you the day after tomorrow. Same time, same place, where 4 players will start playing the semi-final of Belgrade Grand Prix. And as for the kind of dessert, right, you have analysis from
By
Alexander
Predke.
Predke, his game against Yu Yang. See you day after tomorrow.
See you.
So yes, the final game in Group D has finished, and the final game in the first stage of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade has finished. Grandmaster Alexander Pretke won his game against Yu Yangyi in the Group of Death, Group D, which was one of the most difficult groups. Grandmaster, congratulations on your victory. First of all, how are you feeling after scoring a victory in the final round?
Thank you. I'm glad that I won today, but of course the main purpose was take the first place in the pool. But okay, today I won, and I'm happy.
Today's victory. Well, why don't you show us this game, because a lot of things happen here, and Grandmaster, you had the advantage, then you took it over, and you eventually won. So why don't you show us the game?
Okay, it was a very interesting game, and
Spanish, yeah.
Yes. Okay, here I understood that he wanted to have a structure d4, c4, and b3, and I decided go knight b8 immediately, and b3, knight b7, d5, c6, c4. It was very logical. Maybe I could play something like queen c7 and rook c8, but I thought that he wanted to play knight, for example, queen c7, knight f1, and after rook c8, maybe knight e3, and he has a very good knight, and maybe he wants to play bishop d3, bishop f1, and I think white better here. And I played knight b6. Maybe, I don't know, it's so complicated position. I suppose that it good move. Maybe it's not good, but he can't play knight f1.
Because you're being pressure under
yes,
c4.
I want to take pawn on c4, and okay, he take rook b1, queen c7. No, okay, I protect my bishop because knight f1, take, and my bishop on b7 was without protector. Bishop d3. Okay, it was logical. Bishop f1, queen d7. Okay, rook c8. Yeah, so maybe it is a critical moment. I suppose that maybe he played right way, but of course he had chances for the first place in group, and
he needed to play more aggressively.
Yeah.
He needed to press.
And for example, he could play bishop b4, and I was going to play take, and f5. Maybe it's a very important idea in this position. And okay, he
opted to take on c5.
Yeah, he take, a4, b4. I could make something like rook c7, but I didn't want to give him easier play, because maybe after take, and take on b5 and knight c4, maybe it's very close to equal, but white has initiative, and it's a position for two results, and of course I lost my chances for the first place in the group yesterday, but okay, I wanted to play well today and try to win.
Okay.
Okay, before
A5, yeah.
knight 8. Okay, here I had C note, maybe only, I don't remember, maybe 10 minutes for 70 moves.
Yeah, and 23rd
and
move here.
he tried to play fast, very fast, and H4. Okay, knight C7. Where was the next critical moment?
Sorry, it might be easier if you just follow this way.
Okay. Okay, here maybe he could make something else, but now I take, and if he take so I have e4 and 2 bishops advantage on my side, and after c takes d5 I got b5 square for my knight, and I estimated that it's a normal position for me. Maybe maybe it's better for me.
Why do you think this position is better for you then?
I didn't understand, because I had short time, and but I thought that it's normal. Maybe not better. Maybe better. It's not so important when you have only 10 minutes.
10 minutes, as long as you're not losing there. That's
Yeah.
important. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Move on.
93.
Next moment.
H5. Yes, it was very interesting maneuver. Queen Queen H1, H1. A4, 92, bishop f6. What maybe it was important moment, but I had only 2 minutes here, but I felt that that black has advantage, because I protect my e4 pawn, and I have 2 bishops in very open position. His queen on h1, but of course he has maybe 2-3 pieces on good square, and maybe my king in some dangerous. But I think that black better here, and rook e5. Okay, I want to play rook h4, rook h5, and
take his queen.
Yes, queen is a trap. Take, queen h6, queen g7. I decided that endgame would be better for black. Queen h4, rook f8. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't estimate his continuation, because maybe it's very strong. He just sacrificed his queen. Maybe I had something else here. Okay.
Yeah.
Take, bishop d7, take, bishop d4. It's very complicated position. First I thought that it just close to winning for black, but I don't think so.
What are the chances white has here?
Yes, white. I think white has good chances for a draw, but position is very sharp, and of course, if I will play bad, and white can win also. Okay, d6. logical, but he had a lot of opportunities here. King h8. I remember about his queen h1, and I wanted to show something the same. But instead of jokes, I just protect my pawn from h8 square. After knight c2, take, f3. I could take on f3, take, d7, but I didn't see good continuations for me here, but because after queen h4, maybe he has rook h2 with tempo, and after rook f8 he has rook f1 maybe, or rook f2, I don't remember, and it's not so clear. I decided to change my bishop on strong knight. King h4, d7, king g7. I don't know, maybe it's already winning position here. I did not estimate so during the game, but he got a losing position very soon, and I don't know, maybe, but maybe here he could play rook d3, and
rook.
If we check, king h2, rook h8. It's some unclear. I in this moment I had 2 minutes again.
You were difficult. You were dealing with time trouble at that point.
Yes, but after rook f1, take. I suppose that it's just a winning position. Maybe he had a draw here, but it's maybe computer draw. And after bishop f1, check. He lost the e4 pawn, d7 pawn, and a5 pawn. And
he can't defend himself.
Winning position.
Continue playing. Did it make sense for him to continue playing in this position? Because obviously further 20-ish moves were played. Did it make sense for him to play, or should he have resigned here?
It's the last round, and he didn't want to lose today.
So he kept playing. Overall, you finished with a victory here, finally. Over these past 6 days, how would you assess your play and your performance?
It could be better.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We wish you best of luck in your further endeavors, and enjoy. And that's it for our coverage today. Thank you for following us. Hope you enjoyed the first part of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next stage. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah.